Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Trump makes a mistake and threatens Putin. Russia say they're ready for direct war with the U.S., but before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. We got a World War III alert. Trump is making a terrible mistake. Let's get into the content. Salute. They are playing with our lives.
And I'm not going to talk anymore. You know, this has happened on too many occasions, and I don't like it.
You don't like it?
U.S. President Donald Trump has issued his sharpest threat yet to Moscow, giving Russia just 10 to 12 days to end the war in Ukraine or face sweeping consequences. Speaking to reporters, Trump slashed his earlier 50-day peace deadline, calling the wait pointless and accusing Putin of stalling diplomacy.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
He want to be generous.
Trump said, unless a deal is reached, he would impose secondary sanctions and tariffs, possibly targeting Russia's global partners. The Kremlin didn't stay silent. Former Russian president and top Putin aide, Dmitry Medvedev, issued a chilling warning, saying Trump's ultimatum could trigger war, not just with Ukraine, but with America.
Trump's playing the ultimatum game with Russia, 50 days or 10. He should remember two things. 1, Russia isn't Israel or even Iran. 2, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war. Not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road.
Russia not playing with the U.S. They let them know. And this is why Putin made that symbolic video the other day at the nuclear submarine base where they're launching those nuclear submarines that they said could destroy the world, especially destroy the U.S. and NATO easily. Because they already warned the U.S. those oceans would not protect him. Trump is falling into the hand of the trap of the small hats, but Russia not playing with them.
Trump ally and U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham fired back, warning Russia not to test Trump's resolve.
To those in Russia who believe that President Trump is not serious about ending the bloodbath between Russia and Ukraine, you and your customers will soon be sadly mistaken. You will also soon see that Joe Biden is no longer president. Get to the peace table.
Medvedev didn't mince word and fired back, saying, peace will only come after Russia achieves its full military objectives. Then came a...
Come on, they need to stop playing games with Russia. Russia let them know it's going to be peace when we say it's going to be peace. And if you stop talking and let's directly have a military confrontation, that's what they're telling the U.S. You're not going to stop Russia. If you want to get into the fight directly, just get into the fight.
Wild twist. Former Trump ally Elon Musk jumped in, backing Medvedev's mockery with a viral post. Amazing. The world's richest man just laughed at his former candidate's Russia ultimatum. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed Trump's ultimatum. In his nightly address, Zelensky said, Russia is dragging out the war and that strong U.S. leadership could force peace.
Today, there was an extremely significant statement by President Trump. Russia is doing everything to undermine peace efforts and drag out this war. Ukraine is ready to work with America, with President Trump, in the most productive...
This is what those Epstein files will make Trump do. whatever the Zionists tell them to do.
Productive way possible
And
to
that's what
end this
war
war
is.
with dignity and lasting peace.
But Russia's response to pressure was another night of bombardment. Over 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic strikes hit Ukrainian cities just hours after Trump's comments.
See, Russia say, y'all just talking. What's more missiles, more drones, since you tell us to stop and get to the table. Oh, we'll get to the table, all right. Hold on, before we get to the table, we're going to get to business. So after Trump talked tough, Lindsey Graham threatened them, Russia bombed the hell out of Ukraine. It destroyed, devastated them even more.
With Trump's revised deadline now ticking toward early August, global capitals are watching closely. Will Putin bend or retaliate? And is Trump dragging America closer to a wider war?
A few hours ago, Western think tanks made a rather alarming statement for Ukraine. In particular, Swedish military experts from local analytical centers said that over the past 60 days, Russia has significantly increased the number of kamikaze drones used against military and industrial facilities located in the southern, central, northern, and western regions of Ukraine. According to them, the production of attack drones in Russia has reached such a large scale that the Russian army is already using more than 700 units of kamikaze drones during a single night attack on Ukrainian territory. Against this backdrop, Swedish think tanks have expressed confidence that this fall, during massive missile strikes on Ukraine, the Russian army will use more than 2,000 kamikaze drones simultaneously. At the same time, they note that by December 2025, the capacity of the Russian military-industrial complex will reach such a high level that the Russian army will be able to use 3,000 kamikaze drones against Ukraine every day. According to them, the use of such a large number of attack drones can make even the most modern types of air defense systems useless. It is worth recognizing that the use of 3,000 attack drones per day can disable the air defense systems of any NATO country, not only Ukraine. And, unfortunately for the Kiev regime and its Western masters, by the end of this year, we will most likely witness the complete destruction of the Ukrainian air defense, which will mark the beginning of the end of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces in this Eastern European country. Meanwhile, on the night of July 27, the Russian aerospace forces launched another massive missile attack on military and industrial facilities of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces in the central, northeastern, and western parts of Ukraine. Indeed, this missile attack has once again shown that Russia is rapidly increasing the number of attack drones used. It is authentically known that during this missile attack, the Russian army used more than 500 units of germanium kamikaze drones. At the same time, it is also worth noting the large number of Iskander-M ballistic missiles and Iskander-K cruise missiles. According to preliminary data, Russia used 50 units of these unique missiles during the attack. Based on the received information, the primary missile strikes targeted military and industrial sites in the Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and Khmelnytsky regions. Even though the head of the press service of the Ukrainian Air Force, General Yuri Ignat, stated that Ukrainian air defense systems allegedly shot down more than 300 Russian kamikaze drones and about 30 missiles of various types, independent monitoring services and numerous witnesses say the opposite. In particular, they claim that almost all Russian drones and missiles have successfully hit their targets. According to them, more than 200 powerful explosions were recorded in all key cities of Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and Khmelnytsky regions. It is also worth noting the words of the chief coordinator of the Russian underground in Ukraine, Sergei Lebedev. In particular, commenting on this strike on Ukraine, he bluntly stated that this Russian missile attack was one of the most successful and effective in the last 6 months. According to him, Russian intelligence has once again demonstrated its effectiveness, as all missile strikes were executed with impeccable timing. As a result, the Ukrainian army and NATO forces lost even their most classified facilities. For example, in the Kharkiv region, independent monitoring services have been recording dozens of explosions within 6 hours in the southern, central, and western parts of the city of Kharkiv. Later, Kharkiv Mayor Igor Terekov officially admitted that as a result of this missile strike, significant damage was caused to transport infrastructure facilities, enterprises, and the city's boiler house. In addition, local TG channels posted a video showing how Russian missiles and drones hit the same target several times. In the Dnipropetrovsk region, in the southern part of the city of Dnipro, Russian rockets and kamikaze drones once again rained down on the Yuzmash plant. Simultaneously with this, the Russian military struck the shopping mall epicenter in the western part of the city of Kamenskoye. As it turned out, the Ukrainian army and NATO forces were assembling attack drones in the basement of this shopping mall. And finally, in the Khmelnytsky region, in the southwestern part of the city of Starokostiantynov, monitoring services recorded 10 powerful explosions in the territory of the Starokostiantynov military airbase. It is reported that the Russians conducted an attack on this military airbase at the precise moment when the German Airbus A400M Atlas military transport aircraft arrived, carrying 1 Patriot launcher and 2 MPQ-65 radars. Reports indicate that Germany sent this plane to Ukraine in full secrecy, with the transponders turned off. Later, sources within the Russian military department confirmed the destruction of a German military transport aircraft, along with valuable military cargo. Furthermore, the sources also confirmed the death of 3 German Air Force officers. In addition, Russian ballistic missiles also successfully hit an underground bunker, located in the northern part of this military airbase. It is reported that this underground bunker was intended for Ukrainian and NATO officers. Unfortunately, as of July 28, there is still no exact data on how many enemy officers died in that underground bunker. Thus, as demonstrated, Russian military intelligence persistently continues to surprise Ukraine and NATO unpleasantly. The missile attack on this military airbase has once again shown that Russian intelligence sees and hears everything in Ukraine.
All week, and I'm sick and tired of messing with you. You got 3 hours to cut the grass. That's kind of the position that he's taken. And my opinion on that is he's not talking to Vladimir Putin. That's the things you got to understand about the current situation with the Trump administration. And what I'm coming to believe is the situation with President period in the United States is that they're never really talking to the ostensible target outside of the country, that they're always talking to the American people to propagandize the American people into believing something that is completely false and supporting a narrative that's completely false. Let's take a look at something important that I think is directly related, and that is the latest from Mr. Sergei Lavrov. Sergei Lavrov has said, let's take a look, Russia alone against the entire West for the first time in history. Russia is fighting the West alone for the first time in history and must rely solely on its own strength. We'll talk about that. Well, let's while we've got Sergei Lavrov, let's talk about, this is an important article. This is a very, very important article. So let's break it down bit by bit. It's not a long article, it'll only take a few minutes. So when Sergei Lavrov says that he goes and later on he says, okay, let's go. Speaking at the Territory of Meanings Forum on Monday, Lavrov highlighted the unprecedented geopolitical landscape Russia found itself in following the escalation of the Ukraine conflict in 2022. The main task is to defeat the enemy. This isn't Sergei Lavrov. For the first time in history, Russia is fighting alone against the entire West. In World War I and World War II, we had allies. Now we have no allies on the battlefield. So we must rely on ourselves and not allow any weakness, he said. Lavrov stressed that Russia will not back down from its core security demands, which led to the Ukraine conflict. We insist on what is our legitimate demand: no dragging Ukraine into NATO, no NATO expansion at all. It has already expanded right up to our borders, contrary to all promises and documents that were adopted, he said, adding that a settlement of the conflict should always also recognize the new territorial reality on the ground. I think an important part of that statement is he says we have no allies on the battlefield, because the reality of it is this: Russia has a lot of allies around the world and partners. I don't know if you want to use the word allies or partners. Let's start here. In fact, North Korea has made it clear, and North Korea being a country that doesn't like imperialism, that you got to give them credit. They've stood their ground against the West, and they've never knuckled 1 inch against the West, ever, ever, ever. And I don't know how well this will be accepted. They were smart enough to realize that if they didn't have nuclear weapons, that they would surely be attacked by the U.S. empire. They got nuclear weapons. Now they ain't getting attacked by the U.S. empire. That's just reality. But North Korea is, in fact, a military and strategic ally with Russia right now, not just a partner. They have a strategic military alliance. So I think what Sergei Lavrov is really saying here
Right.
is not we're all alone and there's nobody but us. I think they recognize that there are a lot of countries and leaders and groups around the world that support the Russians and that are continuing to support Russia economically. And I think mainly because because such as China, I think, and Iran, because they understand that they have a common enemy and a common oppressor, a common antagonist. But I also think there are other countries such as India and even the EU who are, though they won't admit it, are continuing to support Russia by buying Russian resources, oil and gas, because they have no choice. In the case of the EU, they have no alternative supply. And in the case of India, because it benefits them. And it's WIIFM, right? What's in it for me? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why? The bottom line is Russia is still able to have partnerships and alliances economically that help them. Additionally, Russia is an important cog in the international industrial and food supply line for the world. They supply a lot of natural resources outside of just carbon fuels that other countries need to survive. They need to eat, they need to make money, they need to keep their factories going, whatever. So Russia is important. And so Russia survives on the international scale, on an international economic scale, because they can benefit other countries and because other countries, such as China, who has recently said, we can't let Russia fall. And I don't think that was as much a indictment on Russia's military capabilities. I don't think China was saying, no, we can't let Russia fall because Russia's in deep trouble. I think it was meant to say, look, if you guys are thinking about attacking Russia, if you guys are thinking about taking Russia out, taking Russia down, we're going to, if Russia gets in dire straits, we're going to be there for them because we know you're coming for us next. Right now, Russia's handling its own business and it appears it'll be able to. But don't think that you're going to push Russia to the brink and that we ain't going to be there. China made that clear. In fact, I'm wondering if in early September, when Russia and China meet, whether or not they're going to announce a military alliance. I, for one, and there are people who may disagree with me, and I know this is not in a normal alliance with Chinese foreign policy, because China doesn't do, quote, alliances. They don't do allies. They do partners, right? They make it clear. They do partners, not allies. But as the U.S. empire gets more unhinged and threatens people more, they may need to make adjustments. But the bottom line is, Russia is saying we're by ourselves on the battlefield. You notice he gave you that caveat, that stipulation, because I think that everyone in the world understands, a lot of people in the world, not Americans, because Americans are totally brainwashed, that this is a full spectrum dominance war on Russia, but it's not just on Russia. That this is a full spectrum dominance war on modernity. And by modernity, what I mean is, in the modern world, as the world changes, as power dynamics organically rearrange themselves, the United States is attempting to stop that change. It's attempting to say, oh my gosh, the world is changing. Some people are rising, some people are falling. Just so happens we're falling. We must stop that change. And you might as well try to stop the tide from coming in and going out, stop the moon from rising, stop the birds from flying, and stop the fish from swimming. Birds gotta fly, fish gotta fry, as they say, right? As George Jefferson once said. But the bottom line is, it is a world war, a war on modernity, a war on a changing world in which the United States is not the hegemon, no longer, maybe never was, however you want to put it. But I think that for Russia specifically, it is an existential war against them as part of that war. For instance, if you say to me, well, Garland and 5 guys are sitting in a room, and you say, I'm going to kill 5 guys, and I'm going to start with Garland. Yes, I understand you're trying to kill all 5 people in the room. But to me, if you say, we're going to kill Garland first, but if you can't kill Garland, it's going to be hard to kill the other 5. To me, whether the other 5 help, don't help, whatever they do, I got to fight to the death because you're trying to kill me. And If the other four guys survive, what good is that going to do me? But from the perspective of the other four guys, if I don't survive, they're next, and they understand it. So Russia's got a lot of support. And now, so let's finish this. Lavrov also likened the West's behavior to that of childhood bullies. When you're a kid messing around with other boys in the yard, sometimes a big kid, 3 or 4 years older, shows up and starts chasing the little ones. He said that's roughly what the West is doing to everyone else right now. Moscow stated on a number of occasions that NATO expansion and Ukraine's aspirations to join the US-led military bloc were among the key reasons for the conflict. So let's continue on with that. Okay. So what we're looking at is Russia being in a position where they have to protect themselves since there's a war against them, a full spectrum attack on them, diplomatic, economic, military, you name it, right? They have to protect themselves basically through all that spectrum of all spectrums of attack. And I think that they've got help, obviously, and that help is growing and that help is building. And ironically, paradoxically, dare I say, the US's bungling is helping Russia. The US's hapless bungling, the US's inability to understand the dynamics that they're facing is of a great benefit to Russia. Because the U.S. is picking fights everywhere, which weakens them. They're weakening themselves. I would argue that one of the things that has significantly weakened the U.S. is its engagement with both the Houthis in Yemen and with Iran. Why? Not just from the perspective of the world understanding that the U.S.'s military capabilities are limited in a number of ways, limited in that their technological advancements have been outpaced by others, but limited in their industrial capabilities have diminished to a point where they can't sustain a military conflict. Everybody's looking at the U.S. and saying, there's one thing we understand right now. Your air defense systems, crap. They are not good. They're not consistent. And what's even worse is you don't have the industrial capability to build the number of air defense missiles or anything else that you would need for a sustained conflict. The United States is a one-punch Johnny, right? That was what Israel did. One-punch Johnny. I'm going to come in and throw that big haymaker. But if that haymaker don't land, I got to run. I got to get up out of there. Because if that haymaker don't land and that guy starts throwing flurries, I can't protect myself from continuous punches and flurries, right? And that's what a little guy does. You know, if you ever see a fight, the big guy, if you ever see these big, strong people and they want to use their muscle, they want to get in there. A lot of times they want to lead, if they're right-handed, they want to lead with that left so they can set you up, and get the big power haymaker, right? That's what they want to do, set you up and hit you with the big thing. And if you don't let them set you up or you stay away from that big thing that they have, you're going to have success against them. People are looking at the U.S. and realizing, number one, they don't have a haymaker at all anymore. They don't have a big thing. They don't have a big punch. They're very weak. They're every part of the U.S.'s military capabilities, technologically, industrially, those are the two big ones, have crumbled, have fallen apart, have been hollowed out by neoliberalism. And in engaging with the Houthis, they fired a lot of missiles and people got to look at them and understand the technology and see its weaknesses and see that it didn't work that well. Number two, engage with Iran. And when they did that, what happened? Tons and tons of missiles came in and they had to tap out. And people realized, these people, you get in a fight with them, all you got to do is throw a flurry, right? All you got to do is throw a lot of punches. A smaller guy, a big guy wants to hit you with the big punch. A smaller guy, quick, he wants to use his speed, his agility, his ability to outlast you. He's going to come in, he's going to throw flurries. He's going to move this way, that way. He's going to use his speed. He's all over the place. He's hitting you here. He's hitting you there. He's moving. He's keeping you all over the place. He's like a cat, right? He's not trying to grab you, squeeze you. Boom, 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 boom. He's all over the place, missing. He's all over the place, hit, right? And people have realized the United States doesn't have an air defense, so they can try to throw a big tomahawk at you, which is slow. throw some big missiles at you, which they aren't all that fast. They're not hypersonic. And you throw a lot of flurries at them, throw a lot of drones and missiles and some duds and some dummy missiles, and you just overwhelm them with a flurry of missiles and that they can be defeated. That's what the world is learning. So in going after Russia, in going after Iran, going after the Houthis at the same time, they have both revealed their weaknesses and made their weaknesses more easily exploitable because they've used so much of their inventory. Everybody realizes they're running out of their industrial capacity and their inventory and their industrial capacity to replace that inventory. Now, that being said, let's get back to the Ukraine and the 12-day thing. What happened was Donald Trump, as I've said, wasn't talking to the Russians. He was talking to the neocons. I'm going to give the Russians 50 days. What was he doing? He wasn't giving the Russians 50 days. He was giving himself 50 days, right? He was giving somebody said, Garland, are you kidding me? Russia with nukes and submarines will kill Washington. Well, if Russia and Washington go, we'll all be dead. So that won't really matter. I think Russia, because Washington would probably lose a war quickly. We're so technologically behind. I mean, for God's sake, sometimes it seems like when I look at the U.S. technology that we got wooden ships and catapults, for God's sake, in comparison to hypersonic missiles and S-400s and things like that. It's pathetic. We can't stop the Houthis. But at any rate, let me get back to it. But I did want to answer that. That was a good question. That was a good comment there. But at any rate, so Trump said, 50 days. He was buying time internally. He was buying time with the neocons who are the pressure is on Trump. Trump's in deep and serious trouble. His presidency is unraveling. Because he's in a fight with the Russians. Maybe he didn't completely start it. Maybe he didn't completely want it, but he contributed to it and he's in it. And he don't know how to get out of it because there ain't no way out of it. That's the truth. Trump's trying to find a way out in the same way, and you probably heard me say this, when you jump off a cliff. Two guys jump off a cliff and they're in the air. And while they're in the air, one guy looks at the other and says, "You idiot, you talked me into jumping off the cliff. I knew I shouldn't have listened to you." And the other guy's like, "Yeah, but you drove me to the cliff, so you contributed to it. And you said, okay, are we going to do this? I don't really want, so you contribute." Now they're in the air discussing it. Well, what are we going to do about it? I got bad news for those two guys. They discuss it. They can come up with a plan. They've jumped off the cliff and they're in the air. They are in the air. And the way gravity works, when you jump off a cliff, you ain't never going to go up. You look below and there's the sea and there's boulders and rocks, and they're going to splat on the boulders and rocks. When you're in the air, it's too late for a plan. There is no plan. There's no plan. You're in the air. Some decisions that we make in life, once you make that decision, that's it. There ain't no way to come back. The United States made a decision. And the decision was, we're going to try to maintain hegemony, which I would argue we never really had, but whatever, this illusion that we had world hegemony, we're going to hold on to it, and we're going to go after China. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to take out Russia first, and we're going to do this and that, and then Russia's going to fall. And we did this and that, and Russia didn't fall. We're in the air now, because the plan was Russia was going to fall. And now what happens? Now we're in the air, jumped off the cliff, trying to come up with a new plan. That's where we are. That's where we've been ever since they put the sanctions on Russia after the special military operation started. Ever since they put the sanctions on Russia, and the sanction didn't work, there was no plan. So here we are. So Trump comes up with the 50 days to get himself some time. To give himself some time. He comes up with the 50 days to say, what the hell am I going to do? The Ukraine's getting the hell beat out of them. I'm getting the hell beat out of me by the neocons every day. They're coming saying, we got to do more. We got to go after Putin. We got to send more weapons. We got to do whatever. I'm talking to the military saying, can we send more weapons? I say, ain't got much to send. I don't know what the hell we're going to, everything's in Israel. Run out everything, for God's sake. So Trump's backed in a corner, painted into a corner. He's in a 3-card hole, and he says, okay, 50 days. He gives himself 50 days. And then he's like, oh my God, thank God I got 50 days. Well, the heat's coming. And might I add, Ukraine's coming unraveled, and it's not just coming unraveled militarily, but it's coming unraveled, I would argue, because of the military situation. That's a big part of it. They're getting pounded, they're getting beaten into submission. The Russians have pressured them nonstop, and now that they're starting to weaken, what are the Russians doing? The more the Ukraine military weakens, the more pressure Russia's going to dial up. As they get weaker, you dial up more. They get weaker, you dial up more pressure. Every time they drop down a little bit, you hit them a little bit harder and keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them. Every time they start to run out of soldiers in this area, you pressure that area, but you pressure now that you see some weakness, you put pressure, you lean on them, put pressure everywhere. And that's what takes people down. I've told people, I played basketball in high school and basketball in at a community college level, in Arundel Community College. And then, that was always my passion. That was always the sport I loved, right? I like ping pong too and other things, but that was the one. It was good exercise and I'm running up and down with friends and it was just a great time, right? But one thing people are like, yeah, all that running makes you tired. And I always said, if you understand the game of basketball, it's not running that will really tire you out. Once you're in shape, you can run. It's like soccer. I played soccer in high school too. You play soccer. Once you get to running, man, you can do. Once you get in soccer shape, football shape, whatever you want to call it, you can run forever. You just run. Your feet just go like this, and you don't even know you're running. You're here and you're there and you're all over the place. Same thing with basketball. 5 full court, 6 full court games, like it ain't. Yeah, but tell you what'll wear you down. I tell you what will wear you down and quickly. If you're under the basket and some big guy's leaning against you and he's trying to push you out and you got to hold him up and push back and he pushes you out of the way and you got to go around and you're trying to get position and he's trying to get position and some big guy is just leaning on you. He's 200, God knows how many pounds, 193, 4, right? His big sucker's 240 and he's just leaning on you. And you're holding him up and he's trying to push out and it's not the running that tires you out. It's that weight of some 240-pound bastard just leaning on poor little 193-pound. Oh God, and I just can't let him do it because he's going to get the rebound and score. So I got to keep struggling with this guy, right? That weight constantly leaning on you will wear you down quick. You can run for 2 hours, but if some guy leans on you after about 20 minutes, you are sucking wind, right? Here's my point. On the battlefield, that's the key to the Russian style of fighting, and that is to keep the pressure on, to just lean on you and just keep the pressure. You're expending ammo, you're fighting, you're pushing, you're fighting back. And then at some point, they see you getting tired. The old legs are starting to wobble and the knees are starting to get weak. And what do? They lean on you heavier. And every time they see you're a little weaker, they lean heavier and they just lean, just like what's the Alexander McCourt calls it, that lava flow. And at some point, just like lava, it breaks through. And once it breaks through the dam, it's all over. It engulfs everything, right? And you got to tap out. I played basketball where some big guy leans on, you play 5 games up and down the court. Some guy leans on you after about the second game. You're like, all right, God, you're playing the next game. I think I'm gonna hit the showers, go get myself something to eat and take a nap. I beat 2 games because a big guy leaned on me. That constant weight, You know what? When I was in 9th grade, 1 year, I wrestled. And I'm gonna tell you something. If anybody's ever been in wrestling, that's something that'll get you in shape. I only did it 1 year in junior high. Those constant, for whatever, 3-minute rounds, some guy's pulling and leaning and he's pulling your leg, he's laying on your shoulder, he's twisting the whole body. Dude, I'd rather run up and down for an hour on a soccer field, because at the same time I played on the soccer team that year. A couple of years I played soccer, but I'd rather run 10 games, all day on soccer than that 3-minute round of wrestling, because this guy's leaning on you nonstop. And when you're done wrestling, all you can do is go and take a shower and go to sleep. You're finished, right? Here's my point. That is what Russia does on the battlefield. They put the weight on you and they don't take it off. They don't give you any respite. They don't give you any time to rest, any time to sleep, any time to regroup. They keep coming. And when they see you get weaker, They lean on you heavier and heavier. So what's happening now is that weight is wearing the Ukrainian troops down. And they know it, and everybody in Kyiv knows it, and a lot of people here know it. And so what's happening is the weight of the Russian military is affecting the political sphere. And of course, the, what would you call it? Not just the political sphere, but the political sphere amongst the people too. And you're seeing now a level of desperation in Kyiv because they can see that the end is near. You're seeing a level of desperation in Washington because what we're seeing with these, the cardboard revolution, a bunch of people with their signs written on cardboard, right? So it's not a color revolution anymore. It's actually wood, the cellulose revolution. I don't know, whatever. Maybe the cardboard could be made by the Koch brothers. Maybe if they make cardboard and those kind of products, maybe it's the Koch brothers revolution. What do you think? I'd like to know where that cardboard was made. But whatever the case may be, that's some kind of, I think, political battle over here, right? The MI6, Zelensky's MI6 creation. And the U.S. doesn't really like the MI6 creation. I think they want their own thing in there. And I think so some of what we're seeing there is some internal fighting between European neocons and warmongers and intelligence and maybe certain factions in America that want something different. So that's the fight that we're seeing. And it manifests itself as a so-called cardboard revolution. It's not at all about Ukraine because this whole thing's not about Ukraine other than using Ukraine as a weapon against Russia, an expendable asset against Russia. So the Ukrainian political situation is crumbling, it's falling apart directly, which is directly consequential from the military situation falling apart. And everybody can see the writing on the wall. So this whole 50 to 12 days thing, the 50-day thing was Trump buying time because the neocons are on his ass. Said we gotta send ATACMs, whatever. We gotta send Tomahawks. We gotta up the ante. We gotta go further. We've got to, they only want to push this thing further, right? Because to them it's all or nothing. To them, if this is lost, this was their whole thing. We are going to show the world how tough we are by taking down Russia, and they've got to extend this thing, and they don't know what else to do because it's lost. And they can't admit that it's lost, so they don't know what else to do. And so basically now they've pushed Trump further, and it has become 50 days isn't long enough. Putin's not going to do anything. They push this. It is Putin. It is, not Russia. It is not the interest of Russia. It is not recognizing that Russia has security concerns and has legitimacy as a country so that they have a right to security concerns. Nope. Russia needs to stop fighting. As you're just going to pretend like it's fighting. There's two people fighting. Not that there's a very, very significant issue at hand here. And the issue is whether or not the United States is superior to Russia and whether or not Russia's really willing to accept an inferior status. Well, we already know that the answer is no. So what the US really, and the neocons really are fighting to maintain a superior status, again, that they've already lost. So they really want to fight, at least hold on to the image of superiority, the image of hegemony, therefore the language. I gave Russia 50 days. I gave my son 3 hours to cut the lawn. Well, they're not doing anything. So therefore, I'm going to shorten that to 10 days. In other words, I have the right let me say, I have a right to tell Russia what to do, and they better darn listen. Let's look at this. Here's an example. Trump says he's shortening the 50-day deadline to Russia for Russia to end the war, right? In other words, I'm shortening it. Russia better end the war or I will punish them. Yeah, okay, fine, you can do that, but that doesn't mean Russia's going to listen. I'm telling you right now, that rooster better not crow tomorrow, and the sun better not come up. You might as well say that, because they ain't listening either. President Trump said he's giving Russian President Vladimir Putin 10 to 12 days to stop the killing in Ukraine. I wonder who's giving us time to stop the killing in Gaza. So the killing must stop in Ukraine. But when they ask him about Gaza, Hamas is stealing the food, something like that. No issue about the killing. See, his argument is illegitimate, and it's proven by what they're doing. Hey, you better stop the killing in Ukraine. Hey, what about the genocide in Gaza? Oh, nah, that's not important now. Let's go. The killing is in Ukraine. It must stop. Really? And who started it again? And then they go, Russia fired an overnight barrage of more than 300 drones, 4 cruise missiles, and 3 ballistic missiles. Yeah, I bet it's more than that. The Ukrainian Air Force said, oh, well, we can trust it then. You ever notice this? We can trust it. It came from the Ukrainian Air Force. Have they ever lied to us? But wait a minute. I thought Russia ran out of missiles like 2 months into the war. Trump had said on July 14 he would implement severe tariffs on Russia unless a peace deal is reached by early September. Well, what good does that do on Russia? Because we buy like nothing from Russia virtually, except like a lot of uranium for our nuclear power plants. But it looks like that may stop. Fine. Well, Monday, Trump said he'd now give Putin 10 to 12 days, meaning he wants beef efforts to make progress by August 7th through 9th. Well, okay, so what? The plan includes possible sanctions and secondary tariffs targeting Russia's trading partners. The formal announcement will come later Monday or Tuesday. No reason in waiting, Trump said. We just don't see any progress made. Putin has got to make a deal. Too many people are dying in Gaza, perhaps? Oh, no, that's right. I guess they're not people to Trump. Possible sanctions. They put 20,000 sanctions on Russia. Yeah, well, we're going to put another one on them. 20,001. That's the one. That's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like Russia really cares. There was no immediate response from Russia. Oh, I'm sure there was. I'm sure they're like, yeah, okay. Maintain course and speed, guys. He reported his criticism of Putin. You notice something, and this is the big fallacy of U.S. foreign policy and U.S. policy, period. It's always about people. It's Putin. What about the Russians? Oh, no, Putin. There's just a person. There's no other Russians. Forget the other 150 million Russians. Just one guy, Putin. That's it. That's the only person we need to worry about. He's the one. He's a dictator, and everybody listens to him, and nobody can do anything that he doesn't want. So it's only about Putin. And I'd say that's not the way to do it. He added, I'm disappointed in President Putin. Well, I'm sure he's crying himself to sleep all day, every day. Asked at a news conference about a potential meeting with the Russian leader, Trump said, I'm not so interested in talking anymore. But here's what kills me. Trump said, I want a meeting with the Russians. And President Putin's people said, nah, we're not ready for that. So Trump says, I'm not interested in talking to a guy that said he's not really going to talk to you yet. Still, he voiced some reluctance about imposing penalties on the Kremlin, saying that he loves the Russian people. I don't want to do that to Russia. But he noted how many Russians, along with Putin, are dying, along with Ukrainians, are dying in the war. Ukraine has urged Western countries to take a tougher line with Putin. Andrei Yermak, the head of Ukraine's presidential office, thanked Trump for shortening the deadline. Okay. So, bottom line, what we're looking at is Donald Trump flexing for the American people. He wants to show that he's tough. He's flexing for the neocons. Hey, look at me. I'm a tough guy. I can be tough with Putin. Please get off my back. I think another part of it is he's got to do something to distract from the Epstein catastrophe. He's involved. It's a catastrophe. LOL, Garland got it right. U.S. is more of a dictatorship than Russia or Iran. President still has little to say. It's a dictatorship, but you just don't get to know who the dictators are. It's the ruling elite. It ain't Trump, that's for sure. So you're right about that. Somebody says Trump is not tough. He's weak. Oh, he's a very weak president. It's obvious right now that Trump is a very, very weak president. And he is weak and confused. He doesn't know what to do because there's nowhere he can turn. There's nothing he can do. Let me say this. Everything that he does now is reacting, that he is doing now is reacting to the people, to the piranha and the pit of vipers that are around him, biting at his ankle. They're just biting at his ankles constantly, and he's trying to keep them off his ankles. It's like a guy getting with shorts on, get bit by mosquitoes. He's just slapping at those mosquitoes, but no matter how much he slaps, they're going to keep biting. And someone else says Trump's like Biden is a demented old man. I do believe in watching Trump for the first 4 years and seeing how sharp he was, I disagree with his policy, sure, fair enough. But in listening to him and watching him, Trump was sharp. He was quick. He was sharp. He thought quick. But I do believe now that I'm seeing a marked deterioration in his cognitive abilities. I'm not saying that he has dementia per se. Just because you have a deterioration in your cognitive abilities does not mean you have dementia. As an example, my cognitive abilities are not what they were when I was 25 years old. Man, you talk about quick thinking. Woo! And the speller, it was a great speller. That's something I could do because I read all the time. So I guess, you know, if you read constantly, it'll make you much better at spelling because you constantly see the words, right? I love to read. I've always loved to read. Man, I mean, I never even thought about spelling. Every word, boom. If you named it, I could spell it. But right, that was when I was 25. Now I forget how to spell my name half the time. Hey, what's your name? What's that thing? You know, it's got flowers on it and Christmas on the garland. That's it. No. Yes, I have cognitive deterioration. There ain't no question about that. But that doesn't mean I have dementia. That means I ain't fast as I was 25 years ago. Maybe not fast as I was 25 minutes ago. But my point is not me deteriorating. It's Trump. Yeah, somebody else says Trump doesn't read. Yes. The point is there's a level of deterioration. And Trump came into dare I say, a Lincoln-esque moment, right? When Abe Lincoln came in, and I'd love to study Abe Lincoln. What an interesting president, interesting guy. But my point is that when Lincoln came in, he had a tough situation, right? His party, you know, the Republican Party had just been formed. The Whigs, which I think he was a Whig, that had fallen apart, but, you know, had deteriorated. So you had what's left over of the Whigs. You had the Know Nothing Party, right? Then you had the abolitionists. They were really pissed and angry about slavery. You had all of these groups. You had some that were saying, we got to stop slavery. And there were some that were saying, well, we don't like slavery, but you know, we don't want to screw up the country, right? You had people saying you got to make a deal with the South. No, you got to fight with the South. He had a very, very weak, loose, fragile coalition. The genius, the true genius of Abraham Lincoln was the ability to maintain the integrity of that fragile political coalition. All political parties are coalitions. The Republican Party, they got various groups. And those various groups have various wants and needs and agendas, right? And a truly skilled politician is able to hold together his party / coalition / group. And what's interesting about Trump is he came in with a coalition that was Republicans, but he also had people who were anti-war, independents, some anti-war lefties, some anti-war, just various groups. There was progressives I know that voted for Trump. There was black folks I knew that wasn't even in no way really political, but voted for Trump. And they were like, economically, this situation is terrible. I'm sick of this. So I'll try something different. So he had a unique coalition. And now that coalition has awakened to the reality that he was lying the whole time for two reasons. Number one, he didn't have any intention of keeping his words on about a number of things. He just said what he needed to say to get elected. And number two, if he had his intention of keeping his word about some of these things, he doesn't have the authority to do that. If he wanted to release the Epstein list, which he doesn't, he does not have the authority to do it. He couldn't do it if he wanted to, and I don't think he wants to, because he's a member of the class, you know, who were involved in the Epstein behavior. So my point is, the coalition that he had is fracturing. That 6 months into Donald Trump's 6, 7 months, whatever, into his presidency, he's a lame duck, and he's lost. His coalition is fractured, some over Gaza, some over Ukraine and his the Iranian actions, you know, his foreign policy, pro-war neocon foreign policy, some over the whole pedophilia issue and Ukraine, and his lies that he would reveal, MLK and JFK and RFK and all of these things that you hadn't been getting. He's the one that's going to reveal them to you. And everybody's like, I think we've been had, which they have. So my point being, because of what the United States is, and that the president presides over the system. He doesn't control. The word tells you, presides. He's the president. He presides over something. He doesn't run it. He presides over it. He's a facilitator of the system, but he doesn't run the system. And because of that, he, and the fact that he came in basically arguing as though he ran the system. And now that he's coming in and run the system, he's going to fix it because he's going to make the right decisions rather than I preside over the system. He could have said, I'll do the best I can when I get in, but I'm against some powerful forces. Whether he got elected based on that, I don't know. I can argue that somebody could get elected on telling the truth. But he just went with the, hey, I'm the guy, I'm the blue-collar billionaire, and I'm standing up to everybody, and I'm going to make decisions, and I'm going to change, and God save me so I can make America great again. So fine, sure, he got him elected, but that's kind of what got him screwed now. And now what you've got is this. Interestingly enough, he came in at a time when the U.S. empire is crumbling, and so it's at war with the world. He came in at a time when the U.S. Economic system that was created, an economic infrastructure that was created after World War II is falling apart, mainly because other countries can exist not as debtor nations, but as industrial and commodity-based nations who want a healthy balance between industry and finance and finance capital, and who want to, China, they want to have an emphasis on industry. Russia wants to have an emphasis on commodities and secondarily industry, building both. And the United States is nothing but a finance capital nation, and we live off of debt. Because we live off of debt, when we run out of people to put in debt, there ain't no way to make money. And things start to fall apart, and we must expand and go take other countries and steal their stuff. And we can't do that anymore because we don't have the military or economic power to do that anymore. And so Trump is in the unfortunate position of leading an empire that no longer has the economic or military power to support its imperial ambitions. This is the reality. He wants to support these imperial, and the neocons' imperial ambitions are, we're in charge and everybody has to listen to us. Okay, you can say that. I can walk into a room and say, I'm the man, I'm the alpha male. Everybody's got to listen to me. But one of the guys in the room might step to me and say, dude, I don't think that's true. I'm not listening to you. And now, here's what that means, what you're going to do. Now, if they all work for me, I can say, I'll fire you. Okay, so I have the economic ability, or I can say, you better listen to me or I'll fire you. I'm the boss. Okay, that's one way I can demonstrate that I'm the alpha male. I'm the head of this pride, right? Or we can get in a fight. I can say, yeah, well, I'll kick your ass. And a guy can say, well, okay, let's find out. And all the other guys look and say, okay, Garland's going to fight him. And he's the toughest guy in the room. Is Garland going to win the fight? Garland wins the fight, beats the hell out of him. Everybody goes like, hey, Garland, we don't want to fight you. You win. That's like the wolf way. That's the lion way. The alpha male comes in, defeats the current alpha male, takes over the pride, right? Well, the problem is this. Nobody's scared of the U.S. It's obvious to everyone that the U.S. doesn't have the capacity. And it's not just one alpha male. We didn't just fight an alpha male. We fought the Houthis, a cub. We're like, you better do what we're going to say. And one of the cubs said, well, I'm not going to listen to you, Mr. New Lion. And we're like, let me tell you something, you little cub. You better do what we're telling you to do. Houthis are like, no way. I ain't listening. Like, okay, we'll paw you to death. We attacked the cub, and the cub kicked our ass and ran us out of the jungle. And everybody's like, dude, you lost to a cub. What are you talking about? They don't have a navy. You lost a naval engagement to a country that doesn't have a navy. I don't think you should screw with Russia or China. Probably not a good idea. Well, that wasn't good enough. We had to go tangle with Iran. And Iran, yeah, we got a few good shots in. And Iran grabbed us, bit, bop, bat, bip, bam. Slapped us mercilessly around and threw us out. Said, hey, we don't want trouble, but if you come back for some more, you'll get some more. So now what do we do? Now what's Trump do? He's basically he's saber rattling, and now he's got to show we're going to put sanctions. How long? So look, he's going to get a short amount of it. I'm going to put sanctions on Russia and 100% sanctions on China and India. In a way, I almost hope he does. In a way, I almost hope he does. You know what I mean? In a way, like the guy comes in and he's going to take over the room, and the big guy comes and he says, "Oh yeah," and he punches the big guy, and the big guy kicks his ass, and everybody goes, "You probably shouldn't have punched that big guy." But now you got a lesson that you desperately need. You know what? If Trump listens to Lindsey Graham and those guys, but here's the sad part for Trump: if he listens to him and says, "That's it, 100% sanctions on China," and China's going to say, "Dude, we just had a deal, and the deal was whatever percentage we agreed on, and you're going to come back weeks, so we're barely instituting a deal, and within a couple weeks you're going to come back and say 100% tariffs on us after we just got this deal." At some point, China's going to say, "That's it. You're unstable. You're crumbling. You can't be trusted. We're moving on." Brazil's always talking about that. I already talked about that. They're going to say, "Look, we did the best we could. Yes, it's going to hurt us. It's going to be economically painful. Nobody wants to lose 10 to 15% of their, exports. No, we don't want to do that. But we're China. We've been around for 5,000 years. We're going to make it for 5,000 more. We're going to have to bite the bullet. But never mind. It ain't worth it no more." See, I think we're getting to that point where China's going to have to say, it just isn't worth it anymore. We make a deal. We sit there, we mind our own business. You come along and say 200% sanctions on us. We sit down and make a deal. We shake hands. We sign off the deal. We go home thinking we have a deal, and you come back with 100% sanctions because we're buying oil that we need from our partner, who, by the way, we have a 1,000-kilometer border with. You can choose your allies. You can choose your partners. As they say, if you ever know anybody that studies international geopolitics, you can choose your partners, you can choose your allies, but you can't choose your neighbors. And we got a 1,000-mile border with them. And we need to do business with them, and they need to do business with us, and you're 7,000 miles away. Get out of our faces. So what happens if China just says, "You know what? You just keep your sanctions. We'll be all right. We're good. Have a nice day." "Oh, we fixed them. We got sanctions on them." And they're like, "What's coming from China?" "Well, nothing really. China's just said, screw it. They're not. They called back their ships, and they're doing minimal business with us." By the way, what are those sanctions on again with China? That means that when things arrive from China, the buyer has to pay the sanctions. So now I had a company, I'm buying stuff from China, it lands at the port, and I got $40,000 worth of stuff that I bought that I need from China. But now it costs me $80,000. I don't 100% markup on that. So how am I going to make my money back? I need stuff. What if I need electronics, a computer, a microphone sitting right here, all these other components I need, all of this stuff I got that has made in China stamped all over it? 100%. At that point, that just means you ain't doing business with China. And at some point, if we slap 100% China tariffs on China every other month, every time we get a deal, it's another 100%. China's going to say there's no point in doing this dance anymore. Have a nice life. We done the best that we could. We tried. But it just ain't going to work for us. Our economy is weak. Our economy is fragile. See, a lot of people don't understand this. Our economy is fragile. It's like a person who has a weak immune system. If they get sick, they'll get sicker than somebody who has a strong immune system. They'll be quicker to die than somebody that has a strong immune system. So a person who has a weak immune system has to be careful and do the best they can. And they can still live a long life, but they just have to be very, very careful and take care of themselves in ways that maybe somebody who doesn't, because their immune system is fragile, and for whatever reason, it could be a cancer survivor, any number of things, but they just have to take the proper precautions, right? Our economic immune system is fragile. That one doesn't even begin to cover it. We're on the edge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. It's going to take one thing for 2008 on steroids. For instance, closing the Straits of Hormuz. Look, there are a lot of people saying, well, to distract from the Epstein stuff, Trump may just go ahead and have to attack Iran. And they're going to close the Straits of Hormuz, and the derivatives market's going to collapse along with the rest of our economy, because our economy runs off of magic money and strange financial tools, magical financial tools that most of us don't even understand, and the people that are selling them don't even understand, because they're just magic. They're garbage. They're trash. They don't exist. They're only valuable if somebody wants to buy them, and there's nothing really for them to pay off because they don't really exist. So my point being, Trump is, end up with this. Trump is reacting to the pressure he's getting from the neocons. This has nothing to do with Russia. He's reacting to the pressure that he's getting from Europe. He's reacting to the pressure that he's getting from his base, who are saying, we're sick and tired of this whole Epstein pedophilia crap. And you told us there was going to be no wars. And my God, you're lying about everything. And it certainly appears, bringing Ghislaine Maxwell in, that this is just another game. You're going to bring her in, she's going to talk, and you're going to say, well, good news, we talked about Ghislaine Maxwell, and she told us that Trump ain't on the list, and that the only people on the list are Democrats. And therefore, we've decided, because she's cooperated so wonderfully, we've decided that we're going to let her out. We're going to go ahead and drop everything against her and let her go on about her business, as though she's already in jail. She's probably in. They're flying her in from Israel, which is also known as federal prison, where she's just probably had dinner with Epstein yesterday. Why did they bring Epstein in? I mean, fair enough, he committed suicide, but I'm sure that ain't going to stop him from talking. So bring Epstein in back from Israel. Bring Ghislaine Maxwell back from Israel. You can put them on the same flight and bring them both before Congress and listen to what they have to say, and then just send them back to Israel. Yes, I'm going to pardon them. I mean, send them back to Israel, where they're in their hideouts. But at any rate, I'm very skeptical of everything, so you will forgive me if I don't believe any of this crap. But let's look, and might I add, I guess I'll end up by saying this. And we're looking at a situation where, interestingly enough, and I guess it makes sense, the Trump administration and the U.S. political situation is in a shambles. A shambles. Have you looked at the numbers? Trump's approval rating is dropping like building 7, going down, right? The Democrats, I've seen 15% approval rating, something like that. Let me see. Democrats approval rating polls. Let me see if I see anything at all. Not that I trust these people. Democrats tumble in new poll. New poll shows Democrats with the lowest favorability rating. Maddow blog, new polling suggests Democrats are struggling. I like this, there's a but. But they still lead Republicans. MSNBC host Chris Matthews has stark warning for Democrats. Trump's strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He's a stronger public figure than the Democrats. It's hard to be a weaker figure. So here's the bottom line. Trump's approval ratings are tumbling, and he's looking like a schmuck. The Democrats, they're so low. I'll put it like this. They're so close to the bottom that if they hit the bottom, it wouldn't make a sound. They need a step ladder. They'd have to climb up to get to 0. The Democrats are just a pathetic joke. They're not even a political party. They're stumbling and bumbling around. Trump, the Republicans are infighting between the neocons and whoever knows else, and they're ruled by the neocons. Trump is lost. He's in the abyss, both the political, military, and at times it seems that he's in the, shall we say, intellectual abyss at times, right? Ukraine's falling apart, crumbling. They've got the cardboard revolution going on. Israel, people around the world are like, am I crazy? Or I'm looking at people, you starve people And it's pretty obvious that Epstein was an Israeli, U.S., probably MI6, blackmail operation in which you guys were shipping kids around the world. You were trafficking young people for sex. And now Trump is screwed because he's got to hide it. Things ain't looking good for Israel. Israel's coming unglued. It is a war machine, nothing but a war tool now for the U.S. empire. That's all it is. It's a war machine. It's a war tool for the U.S. empire, and it's coming unraveled. The U.S. is coming unraveled, and its two principal proxies, the Europeans and the Ukrainians. The whole kit and caboodle is falling to pieces at the same time. And it's going to be interesting to watch what happens. So let me see. I'm going to go to the top and see if we've got, if anybody has, we're going to answer the super.
And it's a delight to be here with my longtime friend and collaborator, Larry Johnson. Larry, a pleasure, my dear friend. Thank you.
Man, you can't believe
today.
You can't believe
time.
You can't believe the emails I was getting saying, "Where's the judge?
Yeah,
is he okay?"
I did.
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's doing the vacation.
I was approached by a lady in a hotel in Berlin who said, "Judge Napolitano, nice to see you. Please give my regards to Larry Johnson." So regards from this unnamed fan. Before we get to Ukraine, there's so many other things we have to talk about, not the least of which are the Tulsi Gabbard revelations.
Sure.
And the latest international recognition, I think, of the depravity of the behavior of the Israeli government vis-a-vis Gaza. But let's start with Gabbard. You were, and having advised me, I was, but you were ahead of your time when we revealed back in 2017 that GCHQ was doing, the British domestic spying apparatus was doing dirty work for the CIA so that American fingerprints wouldn't be on it. But we didn't really know, did we, that one of those fingerprints would belong to Barack Obama himself?
Not back then. I mean, again, my source at the time, it wasn't so much being directed by Barack Obama. It really was more from Hillary's side, but Obama was providing support. What Tulsi has revealed is, let's call it, it's phase 3 of Russiagate. Phase 1 was in the initial lead up when they hadn't actually designated presidential candidate. CIA, FBI were involved with targeting all of the aspiring presidential candidates, except for Hillary. And that started in the summer of 2015. Once Trump was identified as he's the man, the whole operation to tie Trump to Russia and make him sort of the puppet of Putin, at least in the public's mind, that kicked off 1st of May in 2016. And then with Trump's election, and now that he was coming into power, that kicked in phase 3. And that's really where Obama started really exercising his influence, putting his thumb on the scale.
Interesting. The allegations that some of this was criminal, of course, will really grossly exaggerated by her and will fall on deaf ears because of the statute of limitations.
Well, I think, number one, it was ill-advised for Tulsi to make any judgment about what kind of legal charges should be brought. That is up to Department of Justice. I think the two most compelling lines of, if you will, judicial attack would be one, a RICO, because you can definitely establish that this was a conspiracy and it wasn't confined just domestically. It involved the cooperation of the FBI, the CIA, and foreign governments. The other would be an action based upon defrauding the United States government. And that doesn't mean it had to actually cost it money, although it did. But so the perjury stuff, yeah, they lied. And that's been, people do that routinely in Washington and usually get away with it.
Right.
So
right.
there's no accountability.
Particularly people in those levels of government. Some of the statements under oath may actually be less than 5 years ago, meaning the statute of limitations has not expired. Is there a developing consensus in Israel that the government has gone too far, that the concept of ghettos, the concept of concentration camps, the concept of collective punishments of the known innocent, because they're children and babies, is the hallmark of a Nazi regime?
Well, it appears at least there's a strong minority. I'm not sure yet it's a majority view, but Alistair's wife, Aisling, puts together a terrific summary. They go in and read the Hebrew press. And the Hebrew press is different from the English press in Israel. The English press tends to clean things up and not be as blunt or direct, whereas the Hebrew press sort of pulls the veil back, and it's like what the Zionists are really saying to each other. And what's remarkable about her latest contribution is that it highlights how many senior, important people across Israel are now speaking up in horror and likening what's happening. I know I have made the comparison in the past. Others have of tying it to the Holocaust in what the Nazis did to Jews during World War II. But now you've got a number of prominent Jews making that same comparison and accusing their own government of engaging in the kind of behavior that was sanctioned, approved by Adolf Hitler.
I mean, I read the same thing also last night. You can't put it down. It's utterly compelling. And these are former, very senior people, including a couple of former prime ministers in the government, right, saying very, very harsh things. And you're right, things that we don't see in Haaretz, the English language publication, not fans of Netanyahu, but still dialing back the harsh criticism. There's
Correct.
Nothing dialed back in what Mrs. Crook compiled, and it's all compiled from public sources. But I couldn't help but be angry at the hand-wringing this morning in Scotland between President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer over the starvations in Gaza. They caused it. Trump funded it. Trump financed it. Trump would stop it with a phone call.
Yeah.
And here he is bemoaning it. So it troubles me. It troubles me that people don't take responsibility. It delights me that people are starting to see what's going on there.
Yeah, well, he's like the arsonist that sets a house on fire, then waits outside to see if the fire department's going to show up, and then laments the fact that the house is on fire and somebody ought to do something about it. I mean, it is the scale of human suffering that's being inflicted upon the Palestinians is just, we don't have any reference in history really to compare this, because, they go back to the Zionists, the Israelis, they justify what they did or are doing because of the attack on October 7th. Okay, let's assume that the Israeli version of that is true, which it is not. But let's just go with the Israeli version. The 1,200 Israelis and foreigners who are Jewish were killed on October 7th. Okay, 1,200. And then they have people like Netanyahu come out and say that this was the worst thing that's ever happened since the Holocaust. Really? I mean, 1,200 people compared to your claim of 6 million people. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. And then you respond by that by bombing, killing, and starving women and children to the tune of well over 60,000. The number's probably much higher because the official Palestinian account doesn't total up the people that are buried under rubble or whose
Right.
bodies have been disintegrated.
And yet, the person who sits next to Donald Trump in his golf cart and whispers into his ear while they're playing golf wants a full-fledged invasion of Gaza. Watch this. Chris, cut number 5.
I think Israel's come to conclude that they can't achieve a goal of ending the war with Hamas that would be satisfactory to the safety of Israel. And if they're going to do in Gaza what we did in Tokyo and Berlin, take the place by force, then start over again, presenting a better future for the Palestinians, hopefully having the Arabs take over the West Bank and Gaza. But I think going forward, Christian, you're going to see a change in tactics, a full military effort by Israel to take Gaza down like we did in Tokyo and Berlin.
Wow. And the United States would fund that, Senator Graham?
Well, the dumbass doesn't even know history. Okay. Number one, United States didn't take Berlin. That was the Soviet Union. They're the ones that fought and entered Berlin. We had nothing to do with that. And Tokyo, we took by force? No, the Japanese surrendered after we dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, one, he doesn't understand history. Two, he ain't paying attention to what's been going on in Gaza. Here you have the Israeli military, which has launched a full-fledged offensive starting 22 months ago. They have every advantage you can have in the world militarily. Not in addition to more men in uniform. They have tanks, armored personnel vehicles, artillery. They have a variety of rockets and missiles. They have bombs that are dropped by combat aircraft. They have helicopters, attack helicopters. They have intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And they're fighting what is basically a guerrilla force, probably numbering less than 30,000, who are armed with rifles, pistols, some RPGs, a lot of improvised explosives. They don't have artillery. They don't have tanks. They don't have aircraft. They don't have the things that a modern army has. And despite all of that, Israel can't beat them. They failed after 22 months. And the only thing that's happening now is more Israeli soldiers are getting killed with each passing day.
And at the same time, one of Trump's strongest supporters in the House of Representatives, I know sometimes she goes off the wall with the things she says, is introducing legislation to curtail military aid to nuclear-armed Israel. The Republicans in the House don't even want to vote on the legislation because they don't like the way she's entitled it. Marjorie Taylor Greene ripping into the status quo. Chris, cut number 8.
My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. And it's important to phrase it that way. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, which is very capable of defending themselves, and they have been proving that so as we've watched on the world stage. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. That is nuclear-armed Israel. And during the recent 12-day war, the U.S. used 15 to 20% of our terminal high-altitude area defense missiles stockpiles defending nuclear-armed Israel, which cost us over $800 million. The $500 million provided in this bill will fund Israel's, that is nuclear-armed Israel's, missile defense system, the Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow system. Yet Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. That's a pretty big deterrent for any of their enemies. Any nation that has a nuclear bomb has the greatest threat against their enemies. U.S. aid typically accounts for 15 to 20% of Israel's defense budget, even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care, for their citizens and subsidize college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt.
I never heard anybody in the federal government call Israel nuclear-armed Israel until she just said it.
I guess she won't be getting the AIPAC Hanukkah card this year.
No, no, and she won't be getting a nicer office on Capitol Hill because she surely got under the skin of Mike Johnson and the others. Let's move on to Ukraine. Are negotiations still going on? And if they are, what are they going to accomplish?
Nothing. I mean, they had I'll call it a pro forma meeting last week in Istanbul, where, the meeting lasted 34 minutes. Nobody even had time to let their coffee get cold. And this came about because the United States pressured Ukraine to go to the meeting. And, Russia said, hey, we're always happy to meet and discuss. But what, the discussion boiled down to, we're going to give you back 3,000 bodies and you're going to turn over five dead Russians, basically. So the lopsidedness in the casualty, the lopsidedness in terms of the number of captured soldiers from the other side. Russia is winning this militarily. And then, top it off today, we got more buffoonery from Donald Trump, who are claiming, they no longer have 50 days. Russia's got to bring this to an end in 10 to 12 days, or else what?
Right.
You're going to write us.
No, that's what I was going to ask you, or else what? And he did say this 10 to 12 day nonsense this morning our time, but this afternoon in Scotland.
Yeah.
I guess he means the secondary tariffs, which does he really think that's going to change Russia's military strategy?
Well, like I said, if he does, he's a fool. And frankly, his actions over the last week or so have proven that he's pretty foolish in every regard. You're going to impose more sanctions on Russia? The Russians said, fine, go for it. It's actually made Russia stronger. People said, but their economy's suffering. Their economy right now is growing at 1.4% because they deliberately deflated the economy because they were experiencing high inflation. Well, inflation now has dropped, and just 2 days ago, the central bank in Moscow dropped the interest rate. So they're lowering rates. They've got inflation now under control, and whatever. 1.4, they said, that's an anemic growth rate. Well, tell you what, they're growing at twice the level that Germany, France, or the UK are right now. And I don't hear Western economists spending any time talking about the imminent collapse of Germany, France, or the UK, who are actually in much worse economic situation than Russia. So the sanctions don't work. And then they're going to impose secondary tariffs on China and India. Neither country really cares.
Correct.
The United States is now in a position where we are isolating ourselves. We're doing this to ourselves. And Trump labors under this, mistaken belief that we've got the clout, the influence, that we can tell everybody else what to do, and that they're going to have to toe the line or do what, just like the Europeans did, actually. Europeans turned out to be the poodle, and Donald Trump's holding the leash. Now, they had to sit there and take it. But the global South is saying, no, we're tired of this. We don't need the United States.
But the 50 days, if he thinks that means anything to Putin and his colleagues in the Kremlin, he really is naive. They couldn't care less what kind of a date he gives them. We don't even know what the basis for the 50 days is. Now he's reducing it to 10 to 12. Do they not understand? Does Zelensky not understand? Does Trump, Rubio, and Hegseth not understand that Putin's demands have been regular, consistent, systematic since day one, and he's not stopping until those demands are met, and he's close to achieving them, is he not?
Yeah. What we're seeing is a dramatic acceleration in both the capability of Russia to wage war and what it's actually doing on the ground. You go back 2 years, you would get a combination of missile launch with some drone attacks, maybe once, maybe once a week, sometime once every 3 or 4 days. Now you're getting 700, 500, 600 in one day of drone and missile attacks all across Ukraine. And it's not just one day, pause, we got to rest up. No, they're on a sustained roll, and they're hitting key military targets, industrial targets to really cripple Ukraine's ability to wage war. And that's being accompanied on the battlefield with, in a couple of different areas, in Donetsk in particular, there's this one key town that's called Pokrovsk. And the belief is that once that falls, that is going to basically, it's like unlocking a door. And once that door is unlocked, the rest of Ukraine is open. Russia has already, if just to the west of Donetsk is the other oblast called Dnipropetrovsk. Russia has already actually entered Dnipropetrovsk as we're speaking, and they've been steadily advancing from the south into Zaporizhia, which is Russian territory, but Russia has not been able to fully occupy it. But they're in the process of taking care of that. And then up north in the area of Kharkiv and Sumy, you've got the Russians also advanced. So they're advancing really all along the front. And there's nothing that Ukraine can do, nothing that the United States can do, nothing that NATO can do, short of trying to enter the war to try to halt this. And the danger is, if the West enters the war, they're going to get destroyed. The West does not, short of using nuclear weapons, the West does not have the military power to defeat Russia. And you've got some just insanity with this current commander of European Command, USUCOM, Donahue. I think his name is Thomas Donahue. And he was speaking at a NATO event last week, talking how quickly the United States could invade the Russian territory called Kaliningrad. It used to be in Germany. It was called Königsberg. At one time, it was the capital of Prussia. But now the Russians have occupied that since the end of World War II. It was given to them as part of the Potsdam Declaration. So that's secure Russian territory. And here you've got this U.S. general talking about invading it. It's over. And the Russian response is basically, if that happens, we're going nuclear. They've been very clear about that.
Well, when a general talks about invading, does he do so without the knowledge and consent of the Secretary of Defense and the President?
You want to assume that he has been talking, but I can't rule out that he's actually that stupid to say something like that on his own. But there's been no public reprimand. There's been no effort to walk that comment back. There hasn't been a statement out of the White House or Pentagon going, "Oh, no, wait a minute. The general, he was mistaken. They haven't done anything to discount it." So in light of that, I have to assume that it was an authorized statement.
Wow. What military gear are we still sending them, and how much of our own supplies are being depleted?
We're like Wimpy from the old Popeye cartoon. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, Right. So, hey, we're going to give you those Patriot missile batteries. They'll be there in 6 to 8 months. Those artillery shells, they're being built maybe next month. And the artillery barrels, that's not. We don't have it to give. We don't have stockpiles sitting in warehouses unused. We have now tapped out on those, and our industrial ability to produce any kind of volume in a short period of time is zero. So it is, if you think about it, if Trump just sent 10 Patriot missile batteries, 10 Patriot missile batteries consist of 4 launchers per battery. So that gives you 40, and then each one of those missile batteries shoots 16 missiles. Well, all of a sudden you're at 640 missiles in that group, Lockheed Martin annually produces 550 total. Okay. So right there, 10 launchers, 10 batteries with 4 launchers each represent more than a year of U.S. production of just the missiles. I mean,
how much longer can Ukraine last?
Playing with our lives.
This could drag on until next spring, but frankly, I don't see how they last through the winter, particularly with the kind of shift in morale you've seen, coupled with the articles being leaked, or intelligence being leaked to people like Cy Hirsch, reporting that the U.S. is basically done with Zelensky. He's got to go. With the protests that erupted across Ukraine when Zelensky tried to cancel and take control of the 2 anti-corruption offices. There's a lot of maneuvering going on behind the scenes. I think there are at least some in the West, and this may have been the impetus for Trump advancing. Instead of giving the Russians 50 days, no, 10 to 12 days, because he realizes Ukraine is in desperate straits right now. They got to do something quick because they doesn't have 50 days to wait. That's another way to look at what Trump said today.
Larry Johnson, thank you, my dear friend. Always a pleasure. Thanks for bearing with me and going all over the place on all of these topics. Gabbard, and I want to talk to you about that. But before we do, this morning, from one of the president's golf clubs in Scotland, the president and British Prime Minister Starmer have been wringing their hands over the suffering, misery, slaughter, death, and starvation in Gaza. How disingenuous is this? It's the United States bought and paid for it.
Judge, words pale. This is so heinous. Let me just add a wrinkle that I have come to. I don't know why Trump abets this and allows it and encourages it and pays for it, but could it have something to do with Jeffrey Epstein / Israel / blackmail? My God. That would make it even worse, wouldn't it? Well,
yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Well, that's a possibility. And I've talked to people who know more about this kind of thing than I do, like Phil Giraldi. We both think that there's a more than 50% motivation here that traces itself to blackmail, and that Trump is not free to do the right thing because of what the Israelis have on him. And of course, Mossad and Epstein were in that thing together.
The last show that I did before I went away was with Max Blumenthal. And on that show, I asked him if Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. And he gave a very long, very detailed, very compelling answer, the ultimate bottom line of which was yes. Mm-hmm. And then the Israelis reacted. And even Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister of Israel, personally attacked Max. One wonders why their reaction was so over the top.
Well, methinks they do protest too much, Judge. It's out there, and I had really not reflected on this, but as heinous as genocide is, if the motivation is largely equally heinous activities with underage girls, my God, words fail.
No question about it. Do you detect a shift in international opinion on the Netanyahu orchestrated and perpetrated slaughter?
Sure, I do. Yeah. The question is how fast it can move to save the lives of tens of thousands of Palestinians that are being slaughtered or starved to death in Gaza? That's the big question. Things have moved painfully slowly. Whether anyone can do something quick enough to save these people, well, it depends. Well, it depends on how much pressure we can put on leaders who still have some moral sense and who can still smell Holocaust and genocide for what it is.
I think that there is, and Alistair Crook knows more about this than I do, because he scours the Israeli media, that the concept of an Israeli-created ghetto, an Israeli-created camp, which concentrates people in a small space and doesn't let them leave, an Israeli-perpetrated slaughter of innocents based on ethnicity. These are hallmarks of the Nazi regime.
Well, they are. And the interesting thing is that some of the Israeli press, actually some of the Israeli press in Hebrew, are saying this, saying Holocaust, saying concentration camps, saying that this is really beyond the pale and we ought to figure out whether we as a state of Israel should be doing these things. So, you know, I had hoped before. So all I'm saying here is this is painfully slow, unless leaders of some countries kind of come together. The Arabs have been really delinquent in supporting the Gazans. The Israelis just seized another flotilla boat just 2 days ago. I mean, my God, they shouldn't be able to get away with this stuff, but they have been. And I'm from Missouri as to whether anybody has the guts to stop them.
I want you to take a look at this from a congressman. I think he's a Republican. I think he's from Florida. I really never heard of this person. Congressman Randy Fine. Release the hostages. Until then, starve away. As if that were a legitimate negotiating tool. It's the guy who took an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, federal law, and the international laws enacted pursuant to it. And he's applauding the Netanyahu use of starvation of babies as a legitimate instrument of war.
Congressman from Florida explains it all. The real question is whether the temperature of the body politic in general is changing. Now, Netanyahu, as I have pointed out, bragged in 2001 that 80% of the American people support Israel no matter what they do. And he said, this is absurd, period, end quote. Well, that ain't 80% anymore. I don't know if it's even 50%. So, what does that mean? My God, that would be apparent good news, but for Netanyahu, he's likely to try to strike out again against Iran and kind of mousetrap Trump into doing the same thing he did a month ago.
Our mutual friend Gerald Salenti is fond of saying, when all else fails, they take you to war. Alistair said virtually the same thing this morning, which is if Trump's back is really to the wall, whether it's on Epstein or whatever, they will surely consider attacking Iran again, even though, as far as I know, Iran has nothing whatsoever to do with the Epstein scandal. Let's transition on. You remember this, Larry Johnson and I, this is back in 2017, accused the Obama administration of using the British GCHQ to spy on then Mr. Donald Trump. We were excoriated. I was taken off air at Fox for 10 days. Larry was thrown off. Now it turns out we were right. There have been other revelations since then that we were right, but it also turns out that this came from the top.
Sure, from the head of the head of the NSA equivalent, GCHQ. Yes, from the top. And what did he do? He resigned right after that. So, yeah, the British were involved in this from the start. it shouldn't be forgotten that that the woman who became director of the CIA was chief of station London when all this went down. That's Bloody Gina Haspel, and I'm proud of having been mauled for speaking out against her nomination before the Senate Intelligence Committee way back when.
What is your take on what Director Gabbard revealed last week? Is this an effort to get the public's attention off the Epstein scandal? Is it an effort to find out exactly what happened? Is it an effort to achieve both? Is there a there, not with respect to the Russia hoax? It turns out that that was nonsense, but with respect to efforts by public officials of the United States government to frustrate the ability of Donald Trump effectively to be the president of the United States.
The evidence is out there now. This is big, Judge. I've not seen the like of it. Trump and Tulsi Gabbard have thrown down the gauntlet before the deep state, okay? And as Chuck Schumer so artfully reminded Rachel Maddow back on the 2nd of January 2017, the deep state, or he called it the intelligence community, has 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you, okay? So that's the reality. Now, the timing, that in my view is incidental. We have 2 major things going on, the Epstein thing and now these revelations. They should be looked to the degree we can singly in each category. So what I'm saying here is that the odds are against Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, the gauntlet she threw down is one thing. The gauntlet that she has to run now with the mainstream media and the deep state and all the Democrats all together as they were in 2016, 2017, that's a formidable challenge. So the good news is that she's got some honest analysts from the CIA. I didn't know there were any left, but they were, and they objected strenuously to what Obama and Brennan tried to do in blaming Russia for Trump's victory and talking about Russian hacking, all since disproven, okay? So this is big. So Tulsi Gabbard has admitted that she's got people coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, we were forced to say that. That's the good news. There are 2 bad newses, okay? One of the bad newses is this. No one whistle blew. The other bad news is, to whom could they go? Back in my day, you could go to the New York Times bureau in Washington and they would read the stuff, they'd vet it, and they'd put it on the front page like they did for Cy Hirsch. Now, New York Times? So I was sort of thinking, well, why the hell didn't one of these guys, what kind of risks there would be when you had no assurance at all that these people would tell the story. So it's doubly bad. Those are the 2 negatives there. The positive is that if they get these people under, and we know the names of 2 of these 5 handpicked analysts. They were, by the way, just working for John Brennan, okay? Michael Van der Hendelen and another guy named, what's his name? He worked, there were 2 well-named people who were 2 of the 5. The first one was bragging to Rolling Stone exactly a year ago. He did a great job, and he was the primary drafter, and he thought it was great. I looked him up. He has all the credentials. Michael Van Landingham is his name, okay? He went to the finest schools, prep schools, Ivy schools, just like the best and brightest under Vietnam. So whether he believed this stuff or not, he was trained to hate Russia, of course, but he brags about his role in this. Now he's going to have to pay the piper because his associates were coming out and telling the president and Brennan, forget about this is crazy. You're disregarding the real information, okay? And that's big. So to the degree they keep coming out of the woodwork, and to the degree that Congress will fulfill its duty for oversight, and that's the big thing. And they talk about these congressional, oh, the Senate did a report. Well, how the hell did the Senate miss the fact that Obama commissioned this this so-called community intelligence community assessment, which was produced on the 6th of January 2017, that he commissioned that, and that the thing lied through its teeth and overruled all the good analysts. And again, the good analysts are the ones that we should kind of be supporting. We're going to write a Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity memo supporting the people that told the truth, and expressing our joy, for God's sake, that there are still honest people in the CIA, and are lamenting as to have we know where to go to blow the whistle with the mainstream media being the way they are.
Take a look at the person who today gets to whisper in the president's ear whenever they share a golf cart. But here's what he said back then in 2016 and 2017 about all this. You'll get a kick out of this. Cut number 2, Chris.
The Russians did it. It was the Russians who tried to interfere in our election. Every member of the committee agrees it was the Russians. They didn't change the outcome, but they did release information embarrassing to the Democratic Party. It did affect Hillary Clinton. There's only one person in Washington that I know of that has any doubt about what Russia did in our election, and it's President Trump.
Of course, you compare that with what he says today. Cut number 3, Chris.
Senator, are you now saying that you don't believe that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election?
Well, what I am saying is that you left a lot out here. It's called the Horowitz report. It's the Mueller investigation was crooked and rotten to the core. The Washington Post and the New York Times got a Pulitzer Prize for reporting on Trump's campaign's relationship with Russia. It was all BS. At the time, I didn't know any of that. At the time, I didn't know that they were manufacturing evidence to get FISA warrants. There was a confirmation bias. Durham didn't say there was no political bias. No. He said quite the opposite. He said every time a FISA warrant was sought in the Mueller world, they got it, and the errors made to get warrants in this space were a lot greater than they were in anything not involving Trump. But what I'm saying is that this is new evidence. This is something I didn't know, you didn't know, that in 2016, Obama suggested, I don't like the outcome that there's no evidence Russia was involved. Well, now we all say Russia was involved, but in 2016, they said Russia wasn't involved. What the hell happened? Let's get a special counsel.
Well, Judge, let me remind our audience here that when the first charges of the cornerstone for Russiagate at its outset, namely Russian hacking of the Democratic National Committee emails, why was that such a big deal? Well, because those emails showed that Hillary stole the nomination from Bernie Sanders, pure and simple, you know, the primaries, all that stuff. They were very damaging, okay? And they appeared. WikiLeaks published them on the 22nd of July, 3 days before the Democratic National Committee began, okay? So that's how this all started. And then the whole thing was turned around to blame Russia for hacking and you sort of divert attention from what was in the emails. And it worked like a charm, okay? Now, one big thing here, Judge, is Obama's involvement. Now, let me just read from this letter to the editor that appeared this morning in a Baltimore newspaper. One must regard the disagreeable truth that the intelligence committees in Congress tasked with investigating the charges themselves were themselves multiply compromised morally and politically. Which previous investigation even mentioned the now undeniable reality that it was then President Obama who ordered a rewrite of an intelligence report that didn't conform originally to the Russiagate narrative. Now, Obama's role in this has been pinned to his orders for this community assessment that appeared on January 6th. But he was in it from the beginning. He was the prime mover. And do I have evidence for that? I sure do. During the trial of this fellow, Michael Sussman, who lied to his former friends in the FBI and was exonerated, of course, New York jury, it became known that Obama insisted that a memorandum be prepared pinning Russian hacking on pinning on Russia, and he couldn't get the FBI and the CIA to do it. This is early October 2016. So what did he do? Well, he went to his most pliable subordinates, James Clapper, who, as you know, thinks that the Russians are almost genetically inclined to do evil, right? Okay, he said that.
Right.
And then Jay Johnson. Now, Jay Johnson's a lawyer. He was head of Homeland Security. And Obama, according to the emails surfaced in this legal procedure, said, look, I want you to do a memo. The other guys won't do it. And they said, but CrowdStrike hasn't reported any forensics yet. No, forget about it. You just do the memo. They did a memo accusing Russia of hacking and all that kind of stuff. And then what else? It's really kind of damning because what Jay Johnson said later, Jay Johnson's a nice guy, but he's pliable. He's malleable. He'll do what, if Brennan says, so these guys were seen with a suspected terrorist in this bar in Baghdad. Well, Jay, can we kill him? Oh, I suppose we can. Jay Johnson's wife is a Catholic. He has said publicly, I'm glad I didn't convert to Catholicism because then I'd have to go to confession for all these things. Okay, here's what Jay Johnson said to a House committee in June of 2017. He was asked about this memo. The date is October 7, 2016, 1 month before the election. This is Johnson, quote, you have to remember that the president approved this statement, and I know he wanted to make this statement. So that was very definitely a statement by the United States government, not just by me and not just by Clapper, end quote. Give me a break, okay?
Let me ask you this. Has there been, and I think the answer is yes, reaction in Moscow to the revelations last week by Tulsi Gabbard?
Well, there has been, and curiously enough, on Thursday, the head of their Senate, okay, see, I have it right here, Valentina Matvienko. She had a press conference at the end of their session, and she said, look, the level of manipulation that was carried out, the falsification, accusations, it was not just a fake invented by someone, but a deliberate provocation by that U.S. administration. Well, if you have admitted, gentlemen, that this is a lie, that this is a fabrication, then you will cancel everything that you have done based on that lie. Well, makes sense to me. What did Obama do? He threw out 35 Russian diplomats, confiscated Russian property in the diplomatic property. So Obama was in it from the very outset, not only by commissioning this meretricious so-called intelligence community assessment, which appeared. And of course, that same day, James Comey, head of the FBI, told Brennan and Clapper to leave when they were briefing the president-elect, January 6th now, 2017. And he said, "Now, Mr. President-elect, I don't know how to begin this, but this is this awful scurrilous report going out, and actually it's appearing in the press today that about you and prostitutes and Moscow hotel.
This was the,
we can't
was the
confirm
deal.
it, but it's out there. We just so you know, Mr. President, just so you know. Now, if it were Bill Binney, if it were you, Judge, we said, thank you very much, Mr. Director. Clean out your desk. You're out of here. Don't show your face here anymore, okay? But no, this is Trump. He has incredible persuasive powers. So he spent the next 2 months trying to get the head of the deep state, he and Brennan, to try to get him on his side, okay? It was pathetic because, as Chuck Schumer said, Trump is not a smart guy when it came to dealing with the deep state. Now the cudgel is there. The thing has been thrown down. Now it's going to be either Tulsi is skating on thin ice. I wish her the best of luck, but the forces arrayed against her and Trump, and throw in Epstein as well. The odds are against her. And what we will try to do is say, look, Tulsi, contemporaneously, with all the things that you have uncovered since 2016, we have a record that has chapter and verse without official documents, but coming to the same.
I hope she reads and takes into account what you send her. Ray, I have to go. Thank you very much for your time today. Much appreciated. We'll see you at the end of the week with Larry.
Most welcome, Judge.
Okay, all the best. The aforementioned Larry Johnson, will be here at 11:30 this morning Eastern, and at 2:30 this afternoon. On all of this, Scott Ritter, Judge Napolitano for Judging Freedom.
Before Ukraine had a chance to discuss support from NATO, Russia struck first with its largest airstrike to date. What is the intention behind the recent attack on Kyiv? In a dark atmosphere, a large-scale coordinated attack was launched by Russian forces, involving more than 420 drones and over 20 precision-guided missiles. This assault targeted Ukraine's military-industrial complex and vital infrastructure, with an intensity reminiscent of one of the largest military operations in the region. Russian forces used a variety of long-range precision weapons, including the famous Kinzhal hypersonic ballistic missiles, as well as attack drones that added speed and destructive power to the strike. The attack began with the first explosion shaking Kyiv on July 21st, followed by a series of massive explosions rattling the Kharkiv and Ivano-Frankivsk regions. In an instant, the sky above Ukraine was filled with smoke and flashes of light, signaling inevitable destruction. Ukrainian military officials confirmed severe damage in various locations, including crucial industrial facilities that have long been the backbone of their military strength. The presence of over 420 drones and missiles launched from air, sea, and land made this one of the most coordinated and destructive attacks in the conflict. Previous attacks targeted buildings, supermarkets, and warehouses. This strike, which lasted throughout the night, created an immense sense of tension. Many are asking, is this Russia's revenge for the attacks that have long targeted Russian territories? Moscow did not allow the doubt to linger. They firmly stated that the attacks were a retaliation for Ukraine's continued targeting of important buildings and infrastructure in Russian territory. including strikes deep within their borders. In the Shevchenkivsky district of Kyiv, a drone successfully breached Ukrainian defenses and struck the entrance to a subway station, adding to the already significant damage. However, the heaviest attack occurred in the Darnitsky district, where a large warehouse facility was completely engulfed in flames, leaving only rubble and thick smoke rising into the air. The relentless missile and drone attacks that pounded Kyiv for hours further shook Ukraine's air defense systems, which appeared overwhelmed by such a large-scale and rapid assault. Ukraine's losses are incalculable. Their vital military infrastructure, communication systems, and air defense facilities could not withstand the intensity of these attacks for long. Not only has physical infrastructure been destroyed, but also the hope for a robust defense capability. Ukrainian forces are now forced to acknowledge their limitations in countering such precise strikes, and the need for further assistance from their Western allies, particularly in the field of air defense, has become increasingly urgent. Amid the large-scale airstrikes on Kyiv, U.S. President Donald Trump revealed that the delivery of advanced air defense systems to Ukraine would arrive soon. Previously, the United Kingdom and Germany took the first step by leading an important meeting, gathering NATO-allied countries to discuss Trump's plan. The main focus of the meeting was to prepare a flow of weapons from Western nations to Ukraine, with the goal of helping the country counter the increasingly concerning airstrikes from Russia. One of the primary reasons for the growing Russian air threat is the increasingly dominant role of drones. Russia's expanding drone production is expected to worsen their airstrikes, making the need for a strong air defense system more urgent than ever. With his strategy, Trump proposed that European countries assist in the delivery of advanced weaponry, including American-made weapons, via NATO channels. This plan involves sending weapons from existing stockpiles, but also opens the possibility of new weapons purchases and donations. This step certainly requires close cooperation among NATO's major nations. During the discussion, the Patriot air defense system took center stage. Trump revealed that the discussions mainly focused on sending Patriot systems to Ukraine, with the first deliveries expected to begin soon. Countries such as Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom also expressed their readiness to provide financial assistance in order to acquire new Patriot systems for Ukraine. However, despite the high hopes placed on this defense system, there remain lingering questions for many. Will the Patriot system be effective enough to withstand Russia's drone attacks and the Kinzhal missiles, which are known for their speed and destructive power? For some time now, the Kremlin has announced that they have increased the production of the Kh-101 cruise missile and the Kh-47M2 Kinzhal hypersonic missile by 1.5 times compared to previous numbers. This news immediately caught the attention of Ukraine and NATO, who have been working to counterbalance the potential threat posed by Russia's increasingly advanced weaponry. The Kh-47M2 Kinzhal missile, which was first introduced by Russian President Vladimir Putin in March 2018, is no ordinary missile. Kinzhal is a terrifying weapon due to its exceptional ability to penetrate even the most advanced air defense systems. Based on the design of the 9K720 Iskander-M short-range ballistic missile previously used by Russia, the Kinzhal has been modified for launch from fighter jets, making it more flexible and harder to detect. With a range of between 1,500 and 2,000 kilometers, and the ability to carry a 480-kilogram payload, whether nuclear or conventional, the Kinzhal has an incredible speed of up to Mach 10. This makes it nearly impossible to intercept by Patriot air defense systems. Russia's MiG-31K and MiG-31I fighter jets, with their extremely high maneuverability, were chosen as the launch platforms for this hypersonic missile, adding to its sophistication and destructive power. Given the capabilities of the Kinzhal missile, is the newly delivered Patriot system truly ready? Or is it already becoming obsolete? That's all for today's episode, and thanks for watching.
Onto Russia. Wow. You know, this one, Trump thought he was going to get into office and he thought he was immediately going to end this war. And Putin basically said, no, I have other plans. Sorry, you know, but you're not as powerful as you think you are. I mean, that's seems to be the signaling from Russia is you're not as powerful and influential as you think you are. And so, no, you cannot just take the stage and suddenly end a war that doesn't actually technically involve you. I mean, it does obviously, but right. So what do you make of Putin, the strategy, what the US is doing by continuing to fund Ukraine? Where are we going with this one, do you think?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as Trump's mistake here, I mean, this is Scott Adams, the Dilbert guy, had said that, look, no, you're right that Trump doesn't know anything about anything. But he is the kind of guy who can learn anything in 10 minutes. If you just explain it to him, this is the deal. And the thing is like, there's another way of saying that he can learn anything that you can explain in 10 minutes, right? But still left wide open is anything that you'd have to read a few books for, or, you know what I mean? Or have to like really carry an interest and read day to day to day. I mean, I don't think any of these presidents, maybe Obama, but I don't think that Trump or W. Bush like just even read the newspaper every morning. You know what I mean? The Wall Street Journal or the Times, or much less like a whole mess of them. That's what aides are for, to tell them stuff. They're not the kind of people who just read and read and read because they really want to know, and especially not this guy. So think about how complicated the situation is in Ukraine and all of the bloody history there and all the weird borders and where they were drawn in this funny little peninsula with a military base on it and all of this stuff that he doesn't know. And so, oh, that thing, well, I don't like it and I'm the heavy and I'm going to throw my weight around and they're going to listen to me and they're going to stop the fighting. But that's just because he doesn't understand what's at stake. Or maybe like on the more minimal level, he knew that, well, I'll just promise not to bring Ukraine into NATO. But the thing is, that's too little too late now. And especially after September of 2022, when Ukraine made their biggest success and took all of Kharkiv back and a little bit of Luhansk, as well as took about half of Kherson and forced the Russians back to the other side of the river down in Kherson. And in reaction to that, Putin angrily annexed 2 more oblasts, right? Zaporozhye and Kherson, and all the territory from the far east all the way to in the south there on the southern coast, all the way to Crimea. And yet, even at this state, as we're recording this in late July of 25, they have not taken all that territory yet. They still don't even control all of Donetsk, although they're definitely making rapid progress there. They do control virtually all of Luhansk. In parts of Kharkiv and Sumy, but smaller parts. But they still have a massive amount of territory left in Zaporozhye and Kherson to take before they can call them their own, especially with Kherson. That includes the other side of the river. They can't go there until Ukraine is defeated and their army is broken, and Russia can then go wherever they want and can just sail right across and face no opposition. Otherwise, that's a hell of a slog, as the Ukrainians have found out, trying to cross the river the other way. And their horrific, just self-sacrificial Marine offensive down there at the southern part of the Dnieper River, trying to take back Kherson. It's just they're just drowned and exploded to death down there. It's just horrible. So, in other words, Trump's just trying to call timeout right in the middle of a heated quarter, and nobody's stopping. Oh, by the way, on the other side, the Ukrainians don't want to quit either. I mean, the Ukrainian state does not want to quit, and their army is still able to field men. And as I say, if Russia doesn't control all of Zaporozhye and Kherson, what does that mean? And Donetsk, that means Ukrainian forces still do. And so now Putin goes, oh, you want to ceasefire? That's fine. Yeah, we could end the war right now. But you guys are going to have to turn around and walk away and give this territory up voluntarily at this point, territory where you're still standing. They're not going to give into that. That would mean that all the heroes who died so far died in vain. So we can never give in. Sunk cost fallacy to the bitter end. So the Ukrainians don't want to quit either. So Trump is just, shouting timeout at guys in the middle of a brawl, right? Like they're not stopping. And as he put it, well, sometimes you just got to let them fight. What the hell? I don't know. I tried to make them stop and they wouldn't. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's the situation, and it's Putin's fault, but it's especially Joe Biden's fault. It's the empire's fault for putting Ukraine in this position and forcing this situation. And the Russians are no angels. I mean, it was just, I'm sorry, there's a lot to it, but especially it was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who gave the Russians cause to change the status quo there, especially to this insane degree. And there's no getting them to take that decision back at this point, right? It's just, they're that far gone. And so, it's funny because go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, help me understand why Ukraine is fighting so hard. I guess, and the reason why I don't understand it is because they're a new country. I mean, in my lifetime, they've not been their own nation. I mean, in my lifetime, they've been part of the USSR, essentially Russia. And every Ukrainian I know, I have Ukrainian family members who came over from Ukraine when it was the USSR. They married into the family. And I have friends who, one of my closest friends came over from Kiev when she was young. And they consider themselves Russians. I mean, yes, they're from Ukraine, but if you ask what are you? When I first met them, they say Russian, we're Russian. And my family members that came from Ukraine, they would describe themselves as Russian. They said, I mean, as I was growing up playing with my new cousins that came over and married into the family, they didn't speak the same language really, but they could at least say they were Russian. So, I mean, that's why are they fighting so hard? It just be Russia, I guess. I mean, rather than kill off all your people. I know that sounds, people might say, but Kim, you're not telling the Palestinians to do that. Completely different situation here. I mean, this is a group of people that have really only had independence in 30 something years, if that. A lot of them don't even consider themselves, I mean, they don't have seemingly Ukrainian pride, right? They're still calling themselves Russians. So I just don't understand why they're fighting so hard.
I think in many cases, people identify with their city. They're Muscovites or they're Kievians or they're from Odessa or whatever, and kind of identify more like that, like your sports team rather than your nation state. And the thing is it's a sliding scale. Like if you look at the election results, in color code on the map, you can see it's a sliding scale from deep blue in the far west to deep red in the far east, or vice versa. And so you do have, there is an entirely separate ethnic Ukrainian identity that's outside of what you're talking about. You're talking about everybody like from Odessa and east of there. But people in the west of the country, especially in Galicia and Volhynia, these areas used to be owned by Poland, and before that, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And they're what used to be called ethnic Ruthenians, and they have their own culture, and it's extremely nationalistic and chauvinistic, and it's a huge part of the Civil War is them trying to force their way and their idea of Ukraine and their national heroes, who are a bunch of Hitler-serving Nazis, and set that to be the standard for the whole country, and at the expense of the ethnic and culturally Russian people in the East. And then
which is
the
what
further
Zelensky
east
is.
you go,
I mean, but
sure,
Zelensky's not one of those from the West. I mean, his primary
right,
language
he's
is
from
Russian.
Kharkiv, right,
Yeah.
and he's Jewish, so he's not ethnically in either camp. He could be like a third way guy, or that's a bad use of that term. He could be a third choice, and he ran on that. He ran as, look, man, I get along with everybody, and I'm from the East, but not that far East, and I'm Jewish and not ethnically Russian, so hopefully acceptable to more people in the West, and promising peace and compromise. That was what he ran on. And then very quickly, the Americans and the Nazis let him know that he would not be allowed to seek compromise. And I tell that story in the book. That is what he ran on in the first place. But there are ethnic, some of the very right-wing nationalists. I believe Andrei Beletsky, who's one of the most important Nazis in the country now, leads what's now called the Third Army Corps, which used to be the Azov Battalion. I believe it was him, or possibly Dmitry Yarosh, but I believe it was Beletsky who even said at one point, we should just let them go. We hate them, they hate us, and we can't really dominate them. So, like, why not just cut them loose? But that's a marginal opinion. That's all the way to the right, that fed up. But anybody, between the center and the right, they're not going for that. They want that territory back. And it's these people are, especially like when you talk about the ethnic nationalists, they're like romantics. I mean, they're almost like the Bin Ladenites or whatever, where they're just all caught up in their beliefs and their sort of like poetic vision of the greatness of this future that they aspire to. It ain't rational, right? It's crazy. It's like all the way. And I quote them at length in the book. Like, I don't like to go around calling people Nazis who aren't Nazis. These guys are Nazis. You ask them and they go, well, I'm a National Socialist. Yeah, well, okay. That's why we call you that. I mean, that's what it is. And so they are, and in that mold, that kind of exclusivist, collectivist, permanent warrior, racial supremacist, glory to the heroes, and let's build a Ukrainian empire. Like, they're nuts, dude. They want to take over Russia and the Middle East and whatever. Like, they go on and on with this stuff. They're like neocons, right? That's not a perfect one. They serve neocons, but they are irrational in their romanticism, right? Like a bunch of soldiers marching off to fight in the Civil War or whatever. This isn't what you thought it was going to be. It doesn't represent what you think it represents. And so, what have they done? They've committed suicide. And quite frankly, like going back to 2014, they could have sought compromise from the very beginning. I mean, the goddamn Washington Post of all people, they celebrated the revolution, of course. But as soon as the revolution was over and Yanukovych was run out of town, they said, now listen, you need to bring pro-Russian people from the East into the government, and you need to announce amnesty for at least most of the people involved in the previous regime, and you need to not declare a culture war against the Russians in the East, and you need to let them know explicitly that they're still your brothers and this is still a democratic society, despite the fact that there's a change of government 10 months short of the next election and all of these things. And they did not do that. Instead, they went to war. They said, you will submit to our rule or else. And they lost the territory then. They said they did, half their military split to the other side. I don't know half, but maybe more than half. I don't know, but a huge proportion of their military went to the other side. And it was just essentially a ceasefire. There was no fighting going on. Protesters had seized buildings in the East. The military, they didn't want to fight themselves. The whole thing had frozen. And then they sent the Nazis to the front to start murdering people. And they just wouldn't take compromise for an answer. No way. They had to win, but they haven't won a damn thing. They've done nothing but lose territory and lose territory, as we've talked about on the show before. When this thing is over, whatever ethnic Ukrainians in the western part of the country and the ruling elite there, they will be lucky if they get to keep Kharkiv and Sumy and Odessa and even the entire southern coast. As I know but your audience may not be aware, it's somewhat an obscure fact that there's this little strip of Russian-controlled land called the Transdniester or Transnistria that's on the Moldovan side of the river on the Ukrainian-Moldovan border. So if you're the Russians and you're driving across the southern coast of Ukraine, which at some point they're going to win outright, they're going to have their way, why not keep going? You got Crimea, Odessa's right there, the jewel of the Black Sea. Not only can you take it back, quote unquote back, because it was a Russian founded city back centuries ago. So not only can they retake Odessa from their point of view, not take it away from Ukraine, but liberate it and retake it. But now Transnistria is just another hop, skip, and a jump from there. So you might as well close the entire southern Ukrainian coast and take Transnistria. The Ukrainian right, the radical right who's refused to compromise this entire time, who refused to let Zelensky compromise when he did want to back in 2019 and 2020, they are the ones who have dug the grave for the Ukrainian state. This is what they got. And it's really sad. And by the way, because I saw someone say, you brought up the Israel-Palestine analogy. So I saw someone say this to me. Oh, Horton says that Ukraine just has to submit to Russian rule because that's their sphere of influence. Well, tell that to the Palestinians, that they just have to submit to Israel. But I never said that Russia was justified in invading this country. And I never said that the Ukrainians should just have to live with a Russian invasion and occupation. That sucks. If they want to fight about it, that's fine, but that's their business. Sorry, our country got you into that mess. But what I was saying was that they didn't really have the right, or at least in practice, it was just completely stupid for them for their regime to seek to join America's military alliance in Eastern Europe.
Right.
It was a bridge too far. They all knew it. It was completely unpopular. It was very divided opinion in the country, majority opposed for decades. It had been in the Constitution and in their law forever. They want, even as I quote in the book, even Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski said, we need to treat Ukraine as a bridge between East and West, respect their neutrality, treat them like Austria and Finland in the Cold War, and not try to take them away. That way we don't have to have a war over it.
Right.
Not just John Mearsheimer, the wise Mearsheimer, but even Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski, who led the parade to expand NATO as far as they did. They said, even, you know what, there's reasonable gentlemen must realize that there's a line you just can't cross here, or you're going to get your friends into a fight that they can't win. And so that was all I was saying about Ukraine and their situation. They're a weak country next to a powerful country. Don't threaten that powerful country's security.
Well, there's also a big difference in that Russia views Ukraine as a little brother. Hey guys, thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iversen show, which you could check out Monday through Friday.
Tomorrow. Thanks for having me on the show. It's always an honor and a pleasure. And I'm alive. How are you?
I am also alive. I'm doing well. Mark, I have been watching, let's start with Petrovsk, I think is the way it's pronounced. Can you give us some idea of why that's significant?
About why it's significant?
Yes, because it seems to be falling. Russia has completely invaded Ukraine, doesn't seem to have the manpower in order to maintain it. From my understanding, looking at the map, it's a logistics hub, or at least it used to be a logistics hub.
Yeah.
Ukrainian troops are seemingly pulling out, or at the very least in some parts are pulling out. Give us an understanding of its significance, or does it remain significant? Have they removed this as a logistic hub as they saw it collapsing?
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it effectively no longer functions as a logistic hub, right? Certainly within the last month, because what Russian forces did in the south central Donbass is they moved in and they began the process, a months-long process of putting Pokrovsk effectively under siege. And as part of that, they wiped out everything else in the south central Donbass. So first Selidova, then Karahava, these other that were logistic nodes of lesser significance than Pokrovsk. but still important on a strategic level. And they slowly isolated all of the remaining villages, towns, and settlements in the area from Pokrovsk, took those out. And now what we see is within the last 2 or 3 weeks, Russia has tightened the noose, and Pokrovsk came under operational encirclement. And what that means is that all of the supply lines going into Krovsk are either physically cut off or they are under heavy fire from Russian artillery and drone strikes, drone capability. And now, within the last week, Russia has quite unexpectedly broken through the Kiev regime defenses north of the city in a very wide, deep, and penetrating flanking maneuver, which is effectively threatening Pokrovsk with a physical encirclement, a tantamount to it, not 100%, but to a very large degree. It's separating the battlefield between Pokrovsk and Konstantinovka with Russian forces, straight up the middle and the rear. And at this point, even Kiev regime sources have admitted, as you point out, they don't have the manpower left to defend Pokrovsk. As of last week, Russian diversion and reconnaissance groups were operating from within central Pokrovsk. They had obviously penetrated the city. They were conducting ambushes on Kiev regime forces from within the center of the city, and we have video evidence of that, right? I mean, this is something that Kiev regime forces, have and interlocutors on social media have grudgingly admitted. Of course, there's not really much commentary about any of this in the Western media because they don't want to talk about how bad the situation is there. Now, as to what happens when Pokrovsk is gone, because already it's ceased to function as a logistics hub, but of course, it's also important to remove it from the table completely. But once it's gone completely, having already accomplished the removal of its ability to serve as a logistic hubs for the rest of the Kiev regime forces in the Donbass region, it also now opens up a whole new swath of territory behind it, where there are no further significant strongholds. Further deep and north into the Dnepropetrovsk region, to the west of it, essentially all the way to near the banks of the Dnieper River, right? So it's going to lead to Russian forces essentially, then moving in concentrated force, north. To take care of Konstantinovka, the southernmost of the Kiev regime's last defensive line. But also they'll then be pushing much further and deeper west into the Dnepropetrovsk region across a much wider front. And the Dnepropetrovsk region is going to be imperiled to a speed and degree that we never saw in the Donbass, right? No. Because they don't have the decade of built-up defenses, and also the topography, the terrain. It's not this hilly area with these built-up urban agglomerations. It's essentially steppe, and that will heavily favor an offense, which not only has logistical and vehicle superiority, but also has complete air dominance over the territory as well. So Dnepropetrovsk is going to be rolled up much faster than what we've become used to in this conflict. Once the Russians are, shall we say, focused on it. At the moment, yes, we've seen penetrations further south from Pokrovsk into the Dnipropetrovsk region, but that's it's still on a relatively small scale because the priority in this direction remains the Donbass area. But this is going to set things up for probably next spring. There is a strong possibility that Russia will be able to finish up or all but finish up the Kiev regime's last defensive positions in the Donbass, the Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Konstantinovka line by the end of the year. And then they'll have everything essentially up to the Dnipropetrovsk region in the Donbass area, right up to the Dnipropetrovsk. And also, Russian forces have begun pushing from the south in the Zaporozhye region as well. So basically, the whole south of Ukraine, east of the Dnieper River, is going to come under a two-pronged attack sometime next year. Which basically means cleaning everything on the east bank of the left bank, the east bank of the Dnieper River.
But if they don't have enough troops in order to maintain Pokrovsk, you don't believe in a military collapse. You think
not like most people think. Not like, we just can't fight anymore. We're going to sign papers, and that's going to be it. No, I think you will see more localized crumbling. You will see the Kiev regime no longer able to defend and no longer trying to defend everywhere, because at the moment they're still largely trying to defend everywhere. Right? Russian forces are, for the first time, now discovering stretches of the front where there are no troops, towns where there are no troops. Right? That is really the first time in the past few weeks that Russian forces have done that. That is an increasing sign of what will be identified in the future as a collapse. But it's not like some people just think the war will one day it'll collapse and that'll be it and the war will be over. It's not going to be like that. I don't believe it's going to be like that. Unfortunately, I think that they will continue fighting with what forces they are able, with what supplies they are able to get from the West to the bitter end. And that will mean Kiev and beyond. But we're still quite a ways away from that.
From the Russian point of view, and I want to move from this, but I'm just curious. From the Russian point of view, though, if they're seeing this level of collapse, where the Ukrainian military doesn't have the capability of defending various towns and areas, Pokrovsk is a really good example. And the reason why I'm focusing on this is because this was a stronghold. This was something that they wanted to militarily defend. And It's clear that they don't have the troops to defend.
Oh, they've already started suddenly Pokrovsk is no longer strategically important. All the usual copes in the Western media and the social media commentary. But, that's nothing Russia ever takes in Ukraine has ever had strategic importance, according to them.
I'm trying to point out, though, if they can't defend this, and it's something that they want to defend, and this is going to be something that happens more and more, then you're just looking at a retreat at this point.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, a fighting retreat. It's still it has to be said, right? Pokrovsk has held for months, right? I mean, Russia didn't take it head on. They encircled it. They're doing the smart thing to minimize their own casualties while doing so, and stretching the Kiev regime forces' defensive capabilities out further, which helps hasten the attrition, right? But right now, what we're seeing with this deep penetrating maneuver, this isn't quite what the West, in their military doctrine thinks of as maneuver warfare. But I think it's, the closest we've seen in this conflict, at least since the early days of it, right? It is a deep penetration into the rear. And it's a sign of how things are going to develop into the future. That we'll see more and more such circumstances where Russia is able to operate deeper. And again, part of the reason they're able to do this is because of their superiority in both manpower and logistics.
Do you think they stop at a certain point, or do they keep going?
I don't see the capability. This regime I don't see stopping. And they have now developed, let's just take a look at Azov.
Wait, just to be clear. What I mean is Russia.
Oh,
Meaning,
Russia.
Do they chase them to the point of saying, we're going to destroy the military, in which case we need to keep going in order to destroy the military?
Yeah.
Or do they say, we've liberated the South, or we've liberated the Donbass and Lugansk, we've established a buffer, and we're going to stop here?
That doesn't mean, no, I don't think so. That does not meet the goals that have been so clearly and so many times articulated. That meets a number of the goals of the special military operation, but it doesn't ensure that Ukraine never enjoys NATO and never joins NATO. It doesn't fully denazify or debanderize Ukraine. It substantially accomplishes, but does not ensure the demilitarization of Ukraine into the future. Right? That can only be met by either a political settlement or by complete removal of the regime by physical means. And I think the simply Russia does not want to occupy all of Ukraine. That has never been the goal of this, and it still is what the Kremlin does not want, and I think fears. But they are being left no alternative by the Kiev regime and its Western backers. Right? They will simply have to take everything, because otherwise the active phase will never.
Last question, Kaliningrad. I have to hit that before it goes. Every accusation is a confession. I've said that more than once. This talk about 2027, China is going to take Taiwan, Russia is going to invade NATO, and it's going to happen in 2027. Okay, every accusation is a confession. That is my prevailing hypothesis on this stuff. Do you think, and of course there was the military general who said something to the effect that we can invade Kaliningrad before Russia can respond to the fact that we can invade Kaliningrad, we can do it by land, et cetera, et cetera. And show all of these charts or whatever. Is that something?
How many tactical nukes does that general want parked in his backyard?
Exactly.
Yeah,
because that's what Russia's effectively said. That if you try to take our territory, we will strike. Like
whatever is necessary, right?
Yes.
First of all, I don't believe they could conventionally take Kaliningrad within, the scope that they're talking, right? Certainly not without Russian forces overrunning all of the Baltics before they successfully take over Kaliningrad, right?
Yeah.
But if the Americans were landing hundreds of thousands of troops, right, to back the Europeans up, then Russia would use nukes to defend their territory. Yes, they would, right? Absolutely. I don't see still much action on this, but there is a current line of thinking within, shall we say, the European elite and the American, blob that is still largely in line with them, that okay, they're losing this war now, but it is just part of a larger war. And we can keep Ukraine fighting and dying for another few years until we're ready to fight Russia ourselves, right? 2027, 2028, 2030, whatever it is. They think they can keep Ukraine on life support until then. And then that is when they all talk, right? How many European leaders? We will be at war with Russia in a few years. Now, that war is not going to be what they say it is. Russia's not going to invade Poland or Lithuania or any Baltics country or anything themselves. Where this is going, and I don't believe that they're going to just out of the blue invade Kaliningrad either. They're going to put troops in Ukraine, in whatever's left of Ukraine, west of the Dnieper, in Galicia, Odessa, right, Lvov, or potentially within Moldova, right? Or there will be another attempt to overthrow the government in Belarus, although that's an outside possibility at this point. But then they'll be putting forces in to back their chosen president for Belarus, Tikhanovskaya, or whoever. That is where the potential for conflict is. It's still the gray areas that exist between the last buffer zones between Russia and NATO, right? Even particularly because NATO is pissing all over them, claiming it as NATO geopolitical territory. We heard the last NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, repeatedly claim there are no gray zones anymore. There are no more neutral countries. That's not acceptable to them, right? All the neutral countries, Finland, Sweden, there's now a push to bring Austria into NATO. And of course, they mean the same thing for Moldova and Ukraine and Belarus and Georgia. And I don't know, maybe even Armenia, right? They will surround Russia. That's the goal. That's the RAND Corporation's pressure cooker strategy, right? I mean, to a T. That is where the conflict will break out. Now, of course, it won't just stop there, but I think they're still looking that they can keep Russia, at the wolf's door in Ukraine for another 2 or 3 years, and then they can move troops in at the end to defend Kiev or Lvov or whatever it is. And that's where the real danger of that war breaks out. Now, that concerns me a great deal. And by then, Joe Biden may be gone, right? That's the idea, or the hope, or more firmly under control, or whatever. But where I still take I still regard this as fantasy and smack talking to a degree, because I see no organized rebuilding of a unified European military industrial complex, or the rebuilding of the military itself in Europe in manpower terms, right? Their militaries have deteriorated to such a point where Russia's not afraid of them anymore, right? They will have to bring in large amounts of new people into the military, whether through drafts, as Germans keep talking about but haven't enacted so far, right? Other countries, Sweden, restarted the draft, but you'll need to see a lot more of that. They'll need to build up powerful officer corps, right? A professional military class. I just don't see any of that happening. And until then, they may have fantasies that they're able to militarily confront Russia in Ukraine or Moldova or wherever, but they're not. And Russia understands that. So at the moment, it is still ideational rather than a organized plan. But the very fact that some of them, and some very powerful ones, are thinking of it and trying to move things in that direction should be terrifying, right? Because
it's 2027 when they think the military of Ukraine is going to collapse, and that's why this keeps coming up. Like
that's a number that they fixated on recently. I've seen other ones put it off till 2030, mentioned, but yeah, in the last couple of weeks, 2027 has popped up a couple of times. But again, they've been talking about this for half a year or more now, right?
Yeah. When I saw the Kaliningrad thing, that's where it piques my interest. Where it's like,
yeah, of course. I mean, Russians immediately, that's NATO talking about taking over Russian territory, right? I mean, of course, it draws not only attention from the Kremlin, but it draws attention from the Russian media and the Russian public as well.
Mark, you're fantastic, as always. Mark Slabo.
A new Iranian monster, has surprised Israel with its warhead weight and unprecedented range. A supersonic nightmare with a warhead whose destructive power is close to that of a nuclear bomb, designed specifically to blind the Israeli dome and US THAAD systems. A ghost dozens of times faster than sound. It can reach anywhere in Tel Aviv in a matter of minutes. Tehran has hinted that its range could reach the United States. How dangerous is this missile, whose technology has reached such a level that even Tehran's closest enemies did not expect? We reveal to you, dear viewers, many secrets and mysteries about the heaviest missiles prepared by Iran for Operation True Promise 4. Stay tuned. Khorramshahr 5, the Iranian heavy monster. Amid escalating military tensions with Israel and threats by Netanyahu and Trump to resume war against Iran's nuclear facilities, Tehran unveiled the fifth generation of its ballistic missile, Khorramshahr. It is a surface-to-surface missile mounted on mobile platforms and carries several warheads or a single warhead weighing 2,000 kilograms of highly explosive material, making it the largest warhead of its kind produced in the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Khorramshahr 5 is powered by advanced, domestically manufactured Aran liquid fuel engines, which are designed to be housed inside the fuel tank. This has reduced the length and weight of the missile and its radar signature. Thanks to the unique design of the engines, the missile can reach a speed of 16 Mach outside the atmosphere and 8 Mach inside the atmosphere, with an operational range of up to 12,000 kilometers, with a margin of error of 30 meters. The dimensions of the missile are still unknown, but it is believed to be about 20 meters long, with a warhead length of over 4 meters and a diameter of 1.5 meters. To protect the missile from jamming and electronic warfare, Iranian engineers shut down the missile's guidance systems after it entered the atmosphere, turning it into a completely mechanical object in its final stage, emitting no electrical or electronic pulses as it entered the atmosphere. Why is it the most dangerous to Israel? In the first stage of the launch, the Khorramshahr missile follows a ballistic trajectory at a specific altitude and speed according to the plan, until the missile body separates from its warhead several kilometers outside the atmosphere. During this stage, the engines behind the warhead perform two operations. The first is to eliminate the disturbances caused by the separation of the original engine from the warhead, and the second is to use other engines, which help the warhead complete its flight path towards the specified target at a speed that gradually reaches 16 Mach. The new Khorramshahr missile is guided by an inertial navigation system, where a computer built into the missile structure reads and analyzes data from heat, speed, altitude, acceleration, weight, and balance gyroscope sensors to automatically determine its location without being intercepted or jammed by radar systems or early warning aircraft. This system also helps maintain the highest possible accuracy. It also uses the Global Positioning System GPS, in addition to an Iranian military satellite communication and guidance system. The technologies used in this system are also unknown. Why Israel's dome can't shoot it down? As for stealth technology, there is no need to install any systems on the missile for this purpose, as the speed of the missile alone allows it to pass through radar waves at such a tremendous speed that it can cover the distance between one wave and the next without being detected. Before the wave is reflected back to the radar receiver, the missile will have already passed through other waves, meaning that the radar will detect a target that appears for a second and then disappears for several seconds. As a result, the latest air defense systems will be faced with a target that cannot be seen, located, or predicted, and which is impossible to catch up with. This technology is known as the plasma cloud that surrounds the missile as a result of its high speed. How did Iran make the hypersonic missiles?
Not playing, they ready for war.
The announcement and test of the Khorramshahr 5 missile hit the international press like a bolt from the blue, especially those interested in and analyzing international military affairs. Iran had not previously announced plans to bolster its missile arsenal with hypersonic missiles capable of reaching the United States, nor had it conducted any tests of this kind, raising dozens of questions about the event. Where did Iran develop this technology? How did it manufacture it locally so quickly? What technologies did it rely on? What type of metals were used in the missile structure? Linking these questions to the specifications of Russian missiles of the same class, most observers have suggested that Russia is complicit in this project, especially given that Russian-Iranian relations have been at an all-time high since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Tehran's support for its ally Moscow with drones and the purchase of fighter jets. Immediately after the announcement of Khorramshahr 5, the US Department of Defense, Pentagon, accused Iran of destabilizing the Middle East and the Gulf states, while France's Foreign Ministry spokeswoman, Anne-Claire Legendre, said that Paris was concerned about Iran's test of a hypersonic ballistic missile, considering it a violation of UN Security Council resolutions. The most alarmed was the Israel Channel 12 confirming that the timing of Iran's unveiling of its new missile was part of its deterrence against Israel. The Hebrew channel questioned the timing of the Iranian authorities' announcement of the new ballistic missile, especially since its warhead exceeds the power of the GBU-57 bombs that targeted the Fordo nuclear reactor. At the end of the video, dear viewer, in your opinion, will Iran use its largest missile, the Khorramshahr 5, to strike Israel if war breaks out again? Let us know in the comments.
Hi, everybody. Today is Tuesday, July 29th, 2025, and Professor Mandy is back after having some sort of technical problems, and it's all solved. I hope nothing would happen during this talk. Welcome back, Professor.
Thank you, Nima. Sorry for the problem, but it's always a pleasure being with you.
Yeah. I want to start, Professor Mandy, with what has happened. We had the two interviews that the president of Iran had with Tucker Carlson And we had the foreign minister of Iran talking on Fox News. And here is what, in the aftermath of these two, Donald Trump came out and said that Iran yesterday and the day before, he said that Iran has been very nasty with their words, because they're talking about the enrichment, by the way, he's talking about this. And they're still talking about enrichment after getting a beating. And who does that? We won't allow it. And on the other hand, we had the Iranian foreign minister answering or responding to what Donald Trump said. He says Iran knows what has happened during the fight between Iran and Israel, between Israel together with the United States. And they know what has happened on their part. And they have been trying, the United States together with Israel, is they were trying to censor what has happened to them. And if aggression is repeated, we will not hesitate to react in a more decisive manner and in a way that will be impossible to cover up. What's going on in the mind of Iranian government or the Iranian people? How do they feel about the way that Donald Trump is trying to, I don't know if we can call it, communicate with the government in Iran?
I don't think people in Iran take him very seriously at all. He's all over the place and he says different things at different times. He is very insulting, very impolite. Remember, he threatened Ayatollah Khamenei once, threatened to murder him. And therefore, he has zero respect. He has about as much respect among Iranians as Jeffrey Epstein or Netanyahu. I think the Iranian foreign minister's tweet was quite good, and that he pointed out that next time around we'll hit much harder. And already in this 12-day war, as I've said before, it's quite clear that it was the Iranians who won the war. If Trump and Netanyahu felt that they were winning the war, then they would have continued with the aggression. There's no doubt about that. It's not as if the Americans and the Israelis and the Israeli regime want to have peace and stability in the region. If they had an advantage, they would have pressed that advantage. They would have pushed harder, but they were losing. And that's something that Steve Bannon himself pointed out when the cessation of hostilities began. When we had the cessation of hostilities, he said Trump basically saved the Israeli regime. He saved Netanyahu. Now, some have criticized the president for his interview with Tucker Carlson, and some have criticized the foreign minister for his interview with Fox. I think some of the criticisms are valid. They could have been better. But I think in general, the audience that the president and the foreign minister were seeking out was the American people and is the American people. Again, I think that they could have been more assertive, but they were speaking to an American audience, and they wanted to press the argument. They wanted to push the argument that this is the United States that's carrying out aggression. It is Trump that is betraying his supporters by starting new wars. Otherwise, the Iranians are, if there are any messages to be sent, they are sending them through the different channels to the Americans, and they are quite assertive. As we speak, the Iranians are preparing themselves for potential round two, especially since the Epstein issue is going to be very important in the coming weeks and months. And we know that presidents in the United States in the past, they start bombing countries when things start looking bad in order to divert attention away from their own problems. For example, in the case of Bill Clinton, when he bombed a pharmaceutical factory in Sudan and pretended that it was producing chemical weapons, that was to distract attention away from his problems that arose due to his illicit relationship in the White House. So the Iranians are preparing themselves, but I think it's been very clear from statements made by government officials that Iran will continue to enrich uranium. and that Iran will preserve its high-tech capabilities and it will enhance its defense capabilities.
We've learned from CNN that the United States used up roughly a quarter of its THAAD missiles during the war, 12 days of war. And what does that mean? It means something like 100 to 150 missiles. When I remember the attack and an Iranian missile coming into the Israeli airspace, you see not one or two interceptors, more than 9 interceptors going to hit the missile. Is you look at the numbers, you cannot believe that Israel could have continued the conflict, the war between the two parties. Do we know? We had an interview with an Iranian, the CEO of an Iranian uh, drone factory. If I'm not mistaken, he did an interview on Al Mayadeen. He said that Israelis, together with Americans, they were prepared for 3 days of conflict, 3 days of war, not beyond that. Do you think that was the case?
Yes, my understanding is that the Israeli regime and the Americans were planning for a short war, and that the Iranian government, the state, would collapse from within. And what you point out is, and I know your audience knows this, but we have to keep reminding ourselves that this is the entire US stock that is used for the entire world. In other words, in East Asia, in Europe, all of these combined right now, all of these bases, all of US surface to air or THAAD missile capabilities, they are being severely undermined because they've been using their resources and their missiles to protect the Israeli regime. And simultaneously, the Israeli regime has been using everything that it has to defend itself against Iranian missiles and Iranian drones. And the Americans pay for those too. It's not as if the Israeli regime pays for its own weapons or for the wars that it carries out. The Holocaust in Gaza is being paid for by the Americans, the British, the Canadians, the French, the Germans. But of course, the Americans are paying the most. The slaughter in Syria, the slaughter in Lebanon, the ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, all of this is funded by the United States. So the United States is paying a heavy price for defending the Israeli regime. And from my understanding, during the last 3-4 days, the Israelis were unable to intercept Iranian missiles. Almost all Iranian missiles got through since day 8. Maybe 1 or 2 were intercepted, but as far as I know, at least 90% got through. And that shows that the regime no longer had the capability to protect itself, and that the Iranians had yet to use its advanced missiles in large numbers. We have to remind ourselves that the Iranians were, throughout this war, using overwhelmingly older missiles and older drones. So the Israelis and Americans were using the best that they had, and the Iranians were using what they had in stock, except for on rare occasions where they really wanted to punish the regime and hit someplace very hard.
Professor, do you feel that you've mentioned that Iran is expecting a new round of attacks from Israel? When it comes to the final objective, we know that they wanted to do regime change or so-called regime change in Iran. But what is in it for the Trump administration? Are they going to give the green light to the Israelis to attack Iran again?
Well, we'll have to see. The assumption in Iran is that there will be another attack, and I think that's a sound assumption. Iran has to prepare itself for whether it believes that there's a very high probability or a low possibility, the Iranians have to prepare themselves. But I think, Trump being the unpredictable person that he is, it's quite possible. We saw how he's just hours ago, he shifted his position on Russia. Now he's speaking about secondary sanctions or possibly secondary sanctions in 10 to 12 days, which is, it just shows that the decision-making process in the United States, especially since Trump returned to power, has there's no structure behind the decision-making process. There's no, it's just anything can happen. Trump is completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
And that makes the United States both less trustworthy in the eyes of its own allies, and people take anything that he says less seriously. He may launch a war, but then again, he may not. So people start ignoring what he says because he's changing all the time. But there is, for example, if Trump in 12 days, there is no ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, and of course there won't be a ceasefire. The Russians are winning the war, and it's coming to, we're getting closer and closer to the collapse of the Ukrainian regime. So, and maybe that's the reason why Trump changed his policies. That's one interpretation. Maybe things are even worse than we think, and that he's shortening this period of time in order to give the Ukrainians more help to stop the Russians from overwhelming them. Who knows? But the point is that if Trump implements his threats, for example, if he carries out secondary sanctions, that means he'll be targeting China, India, among others, and that is going to further isolate the United States. So it doesn't seem like much thought is being put into the decision-making process in the White House. And the same is true with Iran. So Trump may give Netanyahu a green light, and then again, he may not. But it's not as if we can predict based upon an understanding of Trump's logic. There is no logic back there for us to predict him using that logic or that path. So again, I think that the possibility is quite high because Trump continues to support Netanyahu. In Scotland, Trump, for the first time, acknowledged that there's starvation taking place in Gaza. Is he doing anything to stop the starvation? No. And he's actually demanding the rest of the world thank him for supposedly putting some money into goods to take into Gaza, whereas he knows that nothing is getting in. So when you have such a person who has no respect for human life, who is carrying out a Holocaust, he is a war criminal. He is just as evil as is Netanyahu. They're partners in all this. So it is quite possible that Trump will allow Netanyahu to carry out an attack. And Netanyahu needs war to remain in power. He needs instability, unrest, because he has problems, as we all know. He has legal problems. So it's impossible at this stage to figure out what will happen. But what is clear is that, and we've been discussing this for a very long time, the world has turned against the Israeli regime. But now it's becoming so bad that the people who are actually a part of this Holocaust, like the British Prime Minister, like the French president, they are all partners in this Holocaust. They've been all slaughtering the people of Palestine together alongside Netanyahu. Now suddenly they've changed their language. They haven't changed their policies, but they've changed their language. You see Clinton or Obama, who gave probably the most ridiculous tweet of them all, but all of them are shifting away from their previous position because it's getting very bad. And I think that as we go further, now that everyone is turning against the regime, the media, the Western media has suddenly they've turned against the regime. Not that they're against the Holocaust; it's just because it's become so ugly that they're trying to protect themselves, just like these senior officials. So it's unclear how much longer Netanyahu can continue with this Holocaust without causing instability. We're already seeing signs of unrest in some Arab countries, and we're seeing people increasingly outraged in the region. And so, I'm instead of looking to see what will happen in the West and in Western capitals, I'm sort of wondering what may happen in our region. We have to remember, Nima, that when that young man burned himself alive in Tunisia, he created upheaval across North Africa and West Asia. The situation today is much more explosive. And I think that the United States and the Israeli regime and their allies are not taking this this element as important enough as it should be in their calculations.
We had a report on the Defense Security Asia. Here is the outlet reported that Iran reportedly conducts first ever operational test of Russian S-400 air defense systems near Isfahan. Do you have any information on that? And because apart from that, and considering that, what is the main strategy of Iran? You mentioned that Iran feels that they're going to attack Iran. And how is that going to play out in the mind of Iranians in terms of the air defense system, in terms of the cooperation with Russia and China? Many people are asking what would happen to Iran in the near future or in a long run.
Well, I have to first raise a couple of issues or put forward a couple of issues because I think they're important for your audience. One is that there was a myth that was spread online that the Iranians did not want Russian air defenses or cooperation with Russia in the past. That's not true. The Iranians have been working with the Russians, with the Chinese. The Iranians have their own air defense systems. And there was never an offer by the Russians to have them have some sort of protective umbrella over Iran. Iran is a sovereign country. Russia is a sovereign country. The two countries work together. Iran purchases military hardware. So do the Russians from the Iranians. The same is true with China. Russia's ability to export certain items is limited because it's engaged in an all-out war, and we know that the drone and missile strikes against Russia have been quite extensive, especially the recent drone strikes. And some believe that in the coming weeks they're going to be longer-range missile striking Russia as well. So the Russians have some capabilities to help that they can export to Iran. And I'm sure that the Iranians will purchase whatever they feel necessary and whatever the Russians have to offer. I don't know about details, but what I do know is that the Iranians are beefing up their air defense systems. Iran has its own air defense systems, its own radar systems that they make locally. Those were deployed, and they had successes. So the Iranians are going to expand on developing their own indigenous production, and also there's the Chinese as well. The Chinese and the Russians both recognize, just as Iran recognizes, that U.S. success against Russia is bad news. U.S. success against China is bad news. because of the nature of the empire. The same is true with the Chinese and the Russians. So Iran will cooperate and continue to cooperate with these countries. Another thing on a very unrelated note, Nima, is because some of these things come online, and that is with regards to the Zangezur, so-called Zangezur corridor, that some people have said that Iran's policy has changed. That's just not true. The Iranians have made it known to Aliyev, who is, of course, an ally of Netanyahu. They've made it known to the Armenian government, and they've made it known to Mr. Erdogan and the Russians that Iran will not allow the southern part of Armenia to be taken away from Armenia, or its sovereignty to be taken away from the country. Iran will not allow its access to Armenia, or through Armenia to Jordan, or through Jordan to Russia and the Black Sea, to be impeded by anyone. And that basically means that if the Iranians have to use force, they will do that. And Iran has deployed large numbers of troops on the border to send that signal. So Mr. Erdogan and Mr. Aliyev, in their cooperation with the Israeli regime during the 12-day war, they were betting on the wrong horse. They thought that the Israeli regime will come out on top. And they've been making more noise about this corridor. Well, the Israeli regime lost the war. If the war resumes, Iran will hit back much harder next time round. They will no longer. Iran is restructuring and rebuilding its capabilities and developing new capabilities as we speak. The Israeli regime has used all of its capabilities, but Iran hasn't. So this assessment by Aliyev and perhaps Erdogan has turned out to be false. And therefore, so the point I'm trying to make is some of the things that I've been hearing from some of your viewers and others who are interested in regional politics or who are experts on regional politics, their assessments are incorrect. Iran's policy has not changed. Iran's engagement with Russia has not changed. Iran has always been cooperating with the Russians, and the Russians with Iran, but the Russians have had limitations in the past. But the issue of Iran's national security is very important for Russia. It is very important for China, just as Russian national security and Chinese national security are very important for Iran, because the United States is targeting all three of these countries. And if the United States has success anywhere, it will encourage, that success will encourage Trump to be more aggressive on other fronts.
You mentioned the Zangezur corridor. We know that it's in the southern part of between Azerbaijan and Armenia, in the southern part of Armenia. How is that going? Do you feel that they're gonna give it to Azerbaijan, then Azerbaijan gonna let the United States somehow? Because there were rumors the United States wants to rent this corridor. How are these rumors? Just or there is something going on in that region?
Well, the Armenian government has told Iran that this is not true. But the Iranians have said very clearly that if it does turn out to be true, it won't be tolerated. And that basically means that Iran will be willing to go to war. And if there is war, there is no doubt that the Aliyev regime will not last long, and that the Zangezur corridor will never exist. That the Iranians, if they feel they have to occupy it, they will occupy it. They will make sure that Armenian sovereignty is preserved, just like Iran supported the sovereignty of the Republic of Azerbaijan when Armenia had the upper hand. And this is something that your viewers don't know. And there's footage of this. I actually tweeted this during the war 4 or 5 years ago, when the Republic of Azerbaijan was attacking Armenia. When the Armenian government attacked Azerbaijan and took its territory which, whether we like it or not, based on international law, belonged to the Republic of Azerbaijan. Iran opposed this, and Iran trained Azeri troops in order that they retake their territory. Then the Americans put pressure on Aliyev to stop the Iranians from helping train troops, and they expelled the Iranians. This was 3 decades ago. Now more than 3 decades ago. So Iran supported Azerbaijan's sovereignty back then and actually helped train them to retake the territory. And that territory would have probably been regained decades ago if Aliyev had not obeyed the United States. But now Iran is saying, we will not allow Armenian sovereignty to be undermined. So this thin piece of territory that links Iran through Armenia to Georgia and the Black Sea and Russia, Iran under no circumstances will allow anyone to take that away from the control of the government of Armenia. Now, if there is a road that passes through Armenia and the Armenians control it, that's none of Iran's business. Iraq can have a link from the Persian Gulf to Turkey without using Iranian territory. Iran or the airplanes can fly around Iran and not use commercial airplanes. They can fly around Iran and go over Iraq or over the Caspian Sea without using Iranian airspace. That's not Iran's business. But Iran will not allow its access to be impeded by a third country, whether it's the Americans or Aliyev or anyone else. That's not going to happen. And the Iranians have been very clear about this.
Are there communications between Iran and Russia vis-a-vis the corridor, the Zangezur corridor? Because how does Russia perceive that? How does Russia sees what's going on? Is that the same sort of position as Russia as Iran is taking?
Well, Iran has its own problems with the with Aliyev right now, as we all know, and it has been said that the Russians have bombed refineries in Ukraine that were using oil from the Republic of Azerbaijan, and thus sending a message to Aliyev, because apparently those who ran the refineries were his people. I don't know the details. I don't know how true this is, but that's something that has been said. But in any case, there are tensions. But Iran does not want to have any instability in the Caucasus. Iran does not want to have any instability in the Persian Gulf region. And Iran does not want to have any instability with any of its neighbors. But the point is that Iran will not tolerate anyone undermining the sovereignty of Armenia, and Iran will not allow its path through Armenia to be controlled by any government except for the Armenian government.
We know that the north-south corridor comes from Russia to Azerbaijan, passes through Azerbaijan and goes to Iran, and then how is that going to play out with the current phase of the conflicts? Azerbaijan somehow behaving toward Iran, and Russia, you see some sort of conflict growing in the region, and the bigger project that we were talking about and how the importance of this project for Russia and Iran and passing through Azerbaijan, and with the instability that we're witnessing in Azerbaijan, how is that going to play out? How is that going to be perceived by Iran and Russia?
Well, Iran and Russia together, if they want this corridor, then I don't think that that's going to be stopped. And it doesn't just pass through the Republic of Azerbaijan. It also goes through the Caspian Sea, and it goes across alongside the eastern coast of the Caspian Sea through Turkmenistan into Iran as well. So it is not just one particular route, it's multiple. And in addition to that, there is potential to have a further trade carried out through Armenia and Georgia. But that area is mountainous and there are difficulties and it's expensive. But for the time being, this is what the north-south corridor is supposed to be. And the Republic of Azerbaijan is not a person. There is Aliyev is in charge. He's an ally of the Israeli regime. But ultimately, I think as the United States loses its war in Ukraine, its proxy war in Ukraine, and after the 12-day war that we saw where the Israeli regime attacked Iran, I think that the Republic of Azerbaijan's government will gradually begin to recognize that it's best to have good relations with your real neighbors rather than those who are willing to who want to use you as tools for their benefit. What the Israeli regime wants is to sacrifice Azerbaijan for its own selfish interests. It's the same is true with the United States. It's a pawn on the chessboard for the United States. And the smart thing, of course, would be for Aliyev to recognize this and distance himself away from NATO and the NATO projects that we have in the region. And of course, I see President Erdogan as a part of NATO. He's not. Erdogan, what he's done during the last 22 months has been completely in alignment with the United States, whether in Ukraine, whether with the Israeli regime. He's only done harm to the resistance, and I think he's been trying to take advantage of the war instead of helping the Palestinians, but using the Israeli regime's war against the resistance to weaken the resistance for himself in order to create a sort of mini Ottoman Empire in Syria, parts of Lebanon, Iraq, and the Caucasus. But that's not going to work. And ultimately, Erdogan has destroyed his own image and credibility, except for those who willfully keep their eyes closed, because he's done nothing for the Palestinian people as they starve, as we speak, and Palestinians are starving. He continues to transport Aliyev's oil to the Israeli regime, and some people say, well, he has to do so. A decision is made in Baku. Aliyev is if Erdogan told him to stop exporting to Palestine, I have no doubt that he would do that.
Professor Marandi, we know that Azerbaijan was somehow manipulated to go against Iran and Russia, but how about Armenia? How do you see the situation in Armenia? Is Armenia growing to be a new Azerbaijan in the region? That would be hugely problematic for Iran and Russia. That would be hugely challenging.
Well, I think what Erdogan was telling the Armenians, and so were the Americans and others, during the 12-day war, that Iran is losing and that you're going to have to listen to us. And their calculations turned out to be wrong. And the Iranians spoke to the Armenian leadership and the prime minister and other officials, and they've said that no, we're not going to give up our sovereignty. Of course, if hypothetically, if the Armenians were to do so, regardless of the fact that the Iranians will make sure that that doesn't happen by any means necessary, but if they were to do so, that would mean the end of Armenia, because Armenia would only have three borders: one with Turkey, one with Aliyev, and then one with Georgia, which in Georgia has its own problems and its own loyalties and its own internal dynamics, makes it an unreliable partner. And then, of course, there would be whoever controls the Zangezur corridor. That would mean the end of Armenia. And so I I don't think that that's going to. I don't think that the government in Armenia would make such a decision. But it was under pressure because it was being told at the beginning of the 12-day war that look, Iran is finished, and it turned out to be the exact opposite.
Do you feel that the Arab states in the region, what would be the take on their part? What would be the policy on their part in the aftermath of the war between Iran and Israel? Are they somehow changing their mind toward Iran? Do they feel that if something happens to Iran, they're going to be next? Because it's so important to understand their sort of mindset.
They are very worried. Not just. I mean, this goes. This is not because of the end result of the war, but because of the nature of the Israeli regime. Remember, the Israeli regime had very good relations with Ashara, and Netanyahu. He was having dialogue with him through Erdogan. So Erdogan, instead of helping the Palestinian people, he was trying to bring about reconciliation between Al Qaeda, ISIS, and the Israeli regime, the government, the Al Qaeda government. And so we were told that they had negotiations along the border and in other places, and including in Baku, in the Republic of Azerbaijan, but that there was a misunderstanding. No one believes that there was a misunderstanding. How can there be? It wasn't as if the Israeli officials or an Israeli official met an Al Qaeda official at some street corner, said a couple of sentences, and moved off and moved on, and then that was misunderstood. These were detailed negotiations that had taken place in multiple countries, and each time multiple rounds, and all of them had delegations, and everything was written. There's no misunderstanding. So, and Ashara or Jolani had been sending all sorts of messages to the Israelis. We all know that he kept saying that our enemies are the same, Iran and Hezbollah. So he kissed the ring, and then when he moved troops to the south to destroy the forces that were not obeying him, the Druze groups and the different political entities in the Druze-controlled areas, the Israelis bombed him. That's not a misunderstanding. The Israelis allowed him to come in, and the plan was to bomb them. I have no doubt about that. It's the sort of misunderstanding that, if you recall, when Saddam Hussein met the American ambassador and spoke about taking Kuwait, the American ambassador spoke in a way which was interpreted as a green light. Well, that is questionable, whether it was intentional or not, the way in which she spoke, the American ambassador at the time. But this is very different from that. This is not a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the ambassador and the president. These two sides have been negotiating in detail about the Golan, the Golan Heights, and the occupation and the South. So and this is something that these Arab countries are now worried about, because they're saying it doesn't matter if you're resistance like Hezbollah or Ansarallah, or you're Iran, or whether you are a pathetic proxy of Erdogan in Syria who's trying to kiss the ring of Netanyahu. You will still get hammered if that's what Netanyahu wills. And that sends a very dangerous message. And that is something that the Saudis are worried about. That is something that the Jordanians are worried about. That's something that Egypt is worried about. So this continued genocidal war and the attacks on sovereign countries by the Israeli regime, what it did in Syria, has created fear across the region. And that has been provided an opportunity for Iran to communicate with these countries and to discuss improving relations. So I think it hasn't gone well for the regime. And the fact that the Iranians won the war, I think that's acknowledged across the region. And no one is going to brag about it in these countries for obvious reasons, but they do recognize that the Iranians did come out on top. So there's this fear of this recklessness of Netanyahu and this unpredictability of Trump, and the fact that Trump greenlights everything that Netanyahu does. But at the same time, there's this recognition that there is a counterforce as well. And the recklessness of Trump is something that goes beyond the region. The fact that like an American general spoke about taking Kaliningrad, Russian territory, which could bring in nuclear war, but no one punished him. He was not removed from his position. It just shows how Washington has lost its mind, and that the White House, there's no policy, there's no stability, there's no foundation upon which you can their policies are founded upon, so that you can predict what they're going to do tomorrow, how they're going to behave tomorrow. And that is not, I would assume, that too adds to the sense of concern that exists across West Asia and North Africa. Because if the U.S. general could be so reckless about policy towards Russia and war against Russia and Russian territory, then you can imagine what sort of things can be done on the around in and around Palestine.
Does the U.S. foreign policy differ from the Israeli one when it comes to al-Jolani or al-Shara?
No, I mean, there may be differing opinions, but at the end of the day, if the Israelis push for a particular policy, the Americans are not going to do anything about it. So you may have a differing view in Washington, but ultimately it's going to be Netanyahu's choice to make. Whether it's if the Americans have differences with the regime over the West Bank or some of the ethnic cleansing that's being carried out there, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, no matter what Netanyahu does, he'll have support from Washington. And this is not unique to Trump. This was true about Biden as well. When we were hearing about tensions between Biden and Netanyahu, and how Biden was trying to put pressure on the Israeli regime to stop the Holocaust in Gaza, later it came out that was all not true. It was just false. It was a lie. So U.S. policy in West Asia and North Africa is held hostage, and it's been that way for a very, very long time. It's gone worse over the last 2-3 decades, and that's why the Israeli regime is a liability, has always been a liability to the United States, at least since I've been an adult, because it's only caused hatred and anger towards the United States to increase. And now, for the last 22 months, it's gone through the roof. Not just the United States, the entire West, and not just in our region, but across the world and inside the West itself. This whole Epstein affair, Nima, is disgusting, and of course the Mossad roots and the Israeli roots in this affair is disgusting as well, and Americans are disgusted. But the fact that this is the same Mossad and the same Israeli regime that is for the last 22 months been carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza, raping prisoners, pulling the plug from incubators to murder infants, targeting children for pleasure, one day hitting them in the head, a second day in other sensitive parts of their bodies. All these outrageous things that even the Nazis wouldn't propagate, the way that no one has in the past propagated their crimes like the Israeli regime does, and does it in front of the eyes of the world. This, alongside this 22 months, Now Israel and the Mossad and the regime are seen as this genocidal entity that is also using girls as tools of rape to gain influence among donors, among politicians. This has made it much worse for the regime. So the United States, its alliance with the Israeli regime is a liability. Saying it's a liability is an understatement. It has destroyed its image across the world. It's destroyed the image of Europe across the world, and it's destroyed the image of the regime in Washington and the regime in London and Paris and Berlin and elsewhere among their own people.
It seems that the Trump administration is somehow trapped in the middle of between Turkey and Israel. Turkey is pushing for support for al-Jolani, and on the other hand, Israel doesn't want him to be in power. How is that? Do you think that Turkey is gaining some sort of leverage on the decisions that the Trump administration is making toward Syria?
No, not at all. Erdogan has no status compared to Netanyahu in Washington, and for him to even dream of that, I think is going too far. He has put all his eggs in the wrong basket, and he will be remembered as someone who helped enable the Holocaust in Gaza and enabled the Israeli regime to carry out all these wars. And he tried to use these wars to gain credibility in the West and to expand his influence in the Caucasus and in Iraq and Syria. And he's only done damage to our region. History will remember the role that Erdogan and his proxies have played, especially not Jolani, it's just a small pawn. Ultimately, Jolani they'll take him out and they'll replace him with someone else at some point. But even that's not going to work. In this region, there's only one important actor for the Americans and the Europeans, and that is the Israeli regime. That is Netanyahu. Remember, just a few days ago, the Europeans sanctioned a number of Iranians, I don't know, for human rights or something. I read somewhere in the Iranian media. The Europeans and Americans are not sanctioning anyone in the Israeli government. They're not putting any sanctions on the regime. It's business as usual and aid as usual. And intelligence gathering for the Israeli regime as usual by the British, by the Germans, by across Europe. They will continue to support the Holocaust until every Palestinian is killed, until all the children have been exterminated. That's the influence. No one should believe that there's just one Epstein. There are many Epsteins. And I think those pro-Palestinian activists, whether politicians or otherwise, should be very careful when they're approached by young people or certain people. But I'm sure there are many Epsteins. And it's not just sex, it's also bribes, it's other forms of the intelligence that they gather from people, finding weaknesses that they may have to control politicians and the decision-making process across European countries and North America. And they are ruthless. I mean, look at how even Europe is being treated by the United States now. Look at the trade deal between the EU and the United States. The United States is ruthless to its own allies, to Japan. I mean, why in the world would the United States give a country like led by Erdogan, a certain status that would be frowned upon by their close ally in Tel Aviv? That's just unthinkable.
You mentioned the European countries. We know that France has decided, at least they're talking about it. They want to recognize the state of Palestine in September. And looking at Europe, and the policy of Europe in Gaza, in Palestine. What can we learn from their new sort of attitude if they decide, if I would put an if, because we don't know if we know Macron is somehow, it's unbelievable. We cannot trust him. He changes his mind each and every day. And that's why I don't believe that we can rely on what he's talking about. But after all, do you see that with the videos, with the photos coming out of Gaza, we know the suffering that is going on in Gaza. Is that gonna change, at least to save their faces? There's somehow the government, the way that they go, because they want to show themselves and to the public opinion of their countries that they want to care about Gaza. They care about Gaza. Is that going to happen? Is that going to bring some sort of changes, some sort of even teeny tiny changes to what's going on in Gaza?
Well, we saw after the French president spoke about recognizing Palestine, how Trump slapped him, sort of like the way in which his wife or husband slapped him when he was exiting the plane a while back. We don't know if it's a husband or a wife, but anyway, he was slapped down. And in any case, even if France does recognize Palestine, it will, and we don't know, as you rightly pointed out, we don't know if Macron will ultimately do that. But it's not going to have any impact, and I don't think the impact he intends it to have an impact. The Israeli regime is colonizing the West Bank and ethnically cleansing the West Bank in ways which it has never done before. And no one is doing anything about it. And European diplomats in Tel Aviv and in Palestine, they're pretending there's nothing happening. You can look at their Twitter accounts, and it's all fun and games for them, and they're enjoying their meetings with their genocidal counterparts in Israel, and it's as if nothing's happening in the broader world for these diplomats who, they're all guilty as sin. They're all a part of this Holocaust. They're all in an ideal world, they'd all be put on trial, just like after the Second World War, and so would Trump, and so would all these other people. But in any case, it's not going to have any real impact whether he states the recognition of Palestine or not. He's not going to do anything important. There's no sanctions going to be imposed on the Israeli regime, and aid to the Israeli regime will continue regardless. And Europe is feeble and weak. Not only did we see that in this ridiculous trade deal, which is, we'll have to see how this plays out. But so far, it was a humiliation for the Europeans. But 3.5 years ago, I think it was, when I was with the Iranian nuclear negotiators in Vienna, I was telling these Europeans and their elites, those who I'd meet on a daily basis, that look, you're in trouble. You have a war with Russia and Ukraine now. You're imposing sanctions, so you're not going to be using Russian fuel, or you're going to try to stop using Russian fuel, oil and gas. And you're dependent on the United States, and the United States, they are the natural gas coming from there is very expensive. If you strike a deal with Iran, you will be able to alleviate your problems. And you can purchase Iranian oil and gas, and you can invest in Iran's gas sector. And over time, well, it's been almost 4 years now. It's been 3.5 years almost. And of course, back then, the Europeans did not have the will to take the last step. The Americans, when there was a text, ultimately the Biden balked. He backed off. He didn't sign the agreement, and the Europeans did nothing about it. Why? Because they're passive and they obey Washington. So now the Europeans, they have no access to Iranian oil and gas. They have no access to Russian oil and gas. They're now going to be fully dependent on expensive American gas. They're the big losers. And they're, of course, engaging in a war with Ukraine, where we're told that they're going to have to pay for the weapons that the United States sells. That doesn't look very good for the future of Europe. The deindustrialization that we're hearing about and people are explaining is taking place as we speak in Germany and in other parts of Europe, that is just going to continue, and Europe is going to become increasingly unimportant. So the U.S. ally is not a U.S. ally. The United States is destroying Europe. It's wrecking Europe. It doesn't care about Europe, and Trump only cares about himself. So it's this is the state of play, and therefore I don't see. In this respect, I actually agree with Trump. God forgive God forgive me. But when he says France is not important, Macron is not important, he's not important.
We had a meeting or some sort of talks between France and Saudi Arabia. They're talking about two-state solution. How can they talk about two-state solution? There is no land in the hand of Palestinians. Israelis are capturing the West Bank, and I don't know, they're talking about Gaza. How is that going to be a possible solution in your opinion?
It's not a solution. They know it's not a solution. 10 years ago, it wasn't a solution. 15 years ago, it wasn't a solution. It was never a solution. That was all a show. It was done in order to keep people quiet and to give the Israeli regime time to take over the West Bank. The colonization of the West Bank began a very long time ago. And the people that are colonizing the West Bank are the worst of the worst. They are the worst forms of Zionists. These people are never going to leave willingly. And that was the intention all along. And now there are roughly, I think, 800,000 of them. The Europeans and Americans knew this all along. There are diplomats in Tel Aviv and now some in Al-Quds or Jerusalem. They know this, but they pretend not to see it. They talk about the two-state solution not because they believe it's ever going to happen, but because that's the way to say that we are humane. That's the way to present themselves as decent people. But in fact, it's the opposite. They're deceitful people. They're dishonest people. They're providing a cover for the Israeli regime, but at the same time, they're providing cover for themselves in order to deflect anger away from themselves. When people are outraged, they say, well, we're working on the two-state solution. So it's not serious. Anyone who's pursuing the notion of a two-state solution is in reality supporting the Israeli regime, but also trying to protect themselves. Just like the tweets and the comments made over the last few days by Hillary Clinton and Obama and the Starmer and others, they've all been supporting this Holocaust, this genocide, either through their silence or as officials through their active support. Starmer himself actually said that once upon a time that the Israelis have the right to cut off electricity and food supplies and all that. They're just now trying to protect themselves, say we're against this. But at the same time, they're not imposing any sanction. They're not halting their assistance. So they're still a part of this. And this whole two-state solution facade is the same thing. It's designed to help the Israeli regime, but at the same time, it's designed to protect the people who are speaking about a two-state solution. By the way, a two-state solution is sinister and evil in itself, even if hypothetically, magically, we have two states. And magically, the Zionists leave the West Bank. What about the rest of Palestine? Basically, what they're saying is that an ethno-supremacist regime that believes that everyone else is subhuman, they control this territory and everything is fine. Morally, it is unacceptable. And in practice, we're seeing a Nazi regime, a regime that's worse than the Nazi regime. They're doing it in front of the eyes of the world. And they are very open about it. So the two-state solution is just a facade. It's immoral, and it's a ploy to keep people quiet. and to preserve their credibility, and also to give the Israeli regime cover to carry on with their colonization and ethnic cleansing and mass murder.
Yeah. Professor Morandi, Steve Witkoff went to talk. He talked with, I don't know, directly or indirectly with Hamas, and he said he cannot achieve any sort of agreement with them. What does he want from Hamas that the United States couldn't achieve that?
Capitulation. He's a Zionist. He is a Zionist. I mean, it's not just the fact that he's controlled by Zionists. He is a Zionist. So he's trying to take the burden off the shoulders of Netanyahu. Because if he could have just said nothing and let Netanyahu say that this is unacceptable, but he's the Israeli, he's the lawyer for the Israelis. Just like under Biden, it was the same thing. The Secretary of State back then, he was an Israeli, he was the lawyer for the Israelis. Every time that there was a ceasefire, remember when when the resistance and Hamas accepted the ceasefire conditions put forward by the Biden regime, Netanyahu opposed them, and then the Secretary of State of the United States back then was saying Hamas is not accepting it and the Israelis accept it. The Americans kept saying that, even though Hamas accepted it, and the Israelis said no, they kept saying the opposite. Why? Because they're out to protect their genocidal allies. They're all in this together. No one should be fooled. The regime in Washington is carrying out a Holocaust in Palestine. The EU is a partner in this Holocaust. The British, the Canadians, the Australians, New Zealand, all of them are partners in this Holocaust. And many of the regimes in our region are complicit in this Holocaust by doing business and trade, by having direct flights, by having embassies. They're all complicit. I mean, if we put aside the facade and we're blunt and honest about it, this is a Holocaust where the driving force behind it has, for the last 22 months, been the White House.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Morandi, for being with us today. Great pleasure. Tuesday, July 29th, 2025, and our dear friend Scott Ritter is back with us. Welcome back, Scott.
Thanks for having me.
I want to start with what Donald Trump said yesterday. He said that he's not interested in meeting with Vladimir Putin. Here is what he said.
You know, I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks, we have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town and hitting, I mean, recently, I guess, the nursing home, but they hit other things. Whatever they hit, people die. So, Adam.
Yeah, here is what Medvedev said, Scott, on Twitter, on X, in response to Lindsey Graham. He said, it's not for you or Donald Trump to dictate when to get at the peace table. Negotiations will end when all the objectives of our military operation have been achieved. Work on America first. And you see the way that as time goes by, it seems that this sort of the momentum that the United States had, and I believe they still have it, to break a deal with Russia. They're losing. They're somehow, the way that Donald Trump talking about Putin, the way that Lindsey Graham is somehow driving the show behind the scene. Is the momentum getting away from the opportunity, from what's going on between the United States and Russia?
There's never been an opportunity for Donald Trump to get his way with Russia, ever. This was always pie in the sky thinking. There was a chance for the United States to put pressure on Ukraine to accept reality and to put pressure on Europe to stop reinforcing stupidity. And this could have brought about peace, and Donald Trump would have gotten a lot of credit for that peace, but the peace would have been 100% on terms dictated by Russia. Everybody needs to remember, Russia didn't start this war. This war was thrust upon Russia by the collectives, by the United States, by Donald Trump, the policies of the first Trump administration. During that time, Russia was actively working to fulfill the promise and the potential of the Minsk Accords. And it was the United States that, continued to send lethal weapons to Ukraine, to train the Ukrainian army to NATO standards for the sole purpose of confronting Russian separatists and Russian forces in the Donbass region. And according to the pie in sky thinking of the Ukrainian politicians and their CIA and MI6 masters, Crimea as well, to push Russia to its 1991 frontiers. Trump is to blame here. He's the man who made this possible. The Russians were going to cut slack. I mean, I think the Russians were willing to go into temporary amnesia and pretend that Donald Trump was the great peacemaker and not the horrific war maker that he is. The reality, the Russians know the reality, but Russia was never going to yield. They made that clear from the start. Go back to the initial meeting between Marco Rubio and Sergei Lavrov in Riyadh. And they came out saying, well, the Russians have given us reality and we need to yield to everything. But then they turned around and said, but now we need Russia to make some concessions. And the Russians are like, well, what part of address root cause of the conflict don't you understand? We will make no concessions on that. None, zero. There's no latitude for this. And there's no reason for you to hope that this will be. This was known from the start. And yet Donald Trump, instead of acceding to this reality and telling his policymakers, let's find a policy that meets this reality, get this war over with now, he continued to believe that he had some sort of leverage over Russia, perhaps advised by Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, who believed that he could break Russia's economy through sanctioning oil. Steve Kellogg, who believed that they could break Russia's military by continuing to flow weaponry into Ukraine. I mean, these are some of the worst advisors in the world, giving the worst advice in the world to the dumbest president of the world about things Russian. Now he has Lindsey Graham, whispering in his ear as well. Donald Trump is a narcissistic egomaniac. We have to remember that. And if it has to all be about Donald Trump. This is a man who viewed the Russian-Ukrainian conflict not in terms of saving lives. What a hypocrite. He's providing the weaponry that not only kills Russian soldiers, but gets more Ukrainian soldiers killed. He facilitates the continued flow of weaponry into Ukraine that just lengthens this war, complicates this war, but doesn't change the inevitable outcome. The man most responsible for deaths in Ukraine today is Donald Trump. He could have brought this war to an end. You can't expect Russia in an existential struggle, and this is indeed an existential struggle for Russia, to say, oh, we'll do what the United States wants us to do, even though the United States started this war back in 2014 or even going back further. Russia has a long memory. They know exactly what's happening here. They know exactly what's at stake here, and they're not going to surrender to the United States. They're not going to yield to Donald Trump. So what we're seeing here is Donald Trump throwing a temper tantrum. Again, he's being poorly advised. If he thinks for a second Russia gives one rat's ass about the threat of sanctions, he doesn't know Russia, nor does he understand China, nor does he understand anybody else, any of the other players out there. What we do know is as we speak, the Ukrainian government is at risk. The confidence in Volodymyr Zelensky is plummeting. And if reports coming out of the Russian intelligence service are true, there's meetings taking place in Switzerland behind the back of Zelensky to have him replaced with Zelensky, who would just be another failed leader. Because again, it doesn't recognize reality. Let me just tell you what the reality for Ukraine is. Ukraine will be strategically defeated by Russia. The current government will not exist, either in terms of the presidency or the construct of the Rada, Ukrainian parliament. There will be new elections, and these elections will produce a pro-Russian government beholden to Russia that will seek to transform Ukraine from the failed proxy of the West that it currently is into a member of the Union state. Ukraine will become like Belarus, a partner of Russia in the framework of what they call the Union State. It's not the Soviet Union, it's something different, but Ukraine will forever be attached to Russia, to Belarus, to the East. It will never be part of Europe. That's the reality. The sooner Donald Trump recognizes this reality, the better, but he's not going to. I mean, look, Tulsi Gabbard, God bless her soul, is out there, doing God's work about exposing, the scam of Russagate. But she's had a deputy appointed. I think Aaron, I can't remember his last name. He's the new number 2 at the ODNI, at the Office of Director of National Intelligence. Aaron Jacob, maybe. But he's a Russophobe. Simply, he's a CIA hack. He was the guy advising Trump about Russia in the first term. The guy giving the bad advice about how to arm Ukraine and all that. That's him. He's now the number 2 guy. There's not anybody advising Donald Trump right now who knows the reality of Russia. They're all enemies of Russia. And as a result, he continues to take us down a very dangerous path because, all of this Russophobia, all this reinforcing the paranoia of Europe leads to a situation that we experienced, for instance, in Wiesbaden a couple of weeks ago, where Christopher Donahue, the 4-star general who commands U.S. forces in Europe and allied forces, sit there and talked openly about how we could take out Kaliningrad, the Russian exclave that used to be part of former East Prussia, the city of Kaliningrad and the surrounding areas. We could take it out, he said, very quickly. No, you can't. But if you tried, you'd die instantly. Because, gosh, let me remind everybody that Kaliningrad is part of the Russian Federation. And the Constitution of Russia deems it to be such. And the nuclear doctrine of Russia is such that anytime the territorial integrity or the sovereignty of Russia is threatened by nuclear armed powers, that Russia will respond nuclearly. So, Chris Donahue, the quickest way to die, because you will be dead within, say an hour and a half of making that decision, is to order NATO forces to move on Kaliningrad. You will be hit by either a Russian nuke or an Oreshnik or something, but you'll be dead. So will your entire staff. So the entire command and control structure of NATO. Kaliningrad is Russia. It ain't your toy. It ain't a game. It ain't a soccer ball to be kicked around. And to threaten it, what in God's name do you think we would do if China or Russia threatened Alaska or Hawaii or Texas or California? Kaliningrad is Russia. I mean, these people are stupid, truly stupid. But the dumbest one of all is Donald Trump. Let me make another prediction for you. He says he doesn't want to talk to Vladimir Putin right now. Within 30 days, he'll be making that phone call because his policy is about ready to collapse like a house of cards.
You don't need to have some sort of sympathy toward Russia. Just put yourself in the shoes of Russians. You can understand that Russia cannot afford losing Ukraine. And losing Ukraine, I mean that NATO puts the troops in Ukraine, puts the weapons in Ukraine. Why is that so difficult for the presidents of the United States to understand what is the main cause, what is the real concern on the part of Russia? It's so simple, but when it comes to the presidents of the United States, somehow there are some barriers, there's some obstacles in the way that they think about Ukraine and the policies of Europe together with the United States in Ukraine.
No, Donald Trump understands fully well. This is why he implemented the policies he did in his first term. He knows that the goal is to turn Ukraine into a NATO fist that can strike upwards and threaten Moscow, threaten the Russian strategic center. People need to realize that the Russian Federation is a successor to the Soviet Union in terms of Moscow and the defense of it. Russia was the core element of that. The near abroad, what we call the Baltic states, Ukraine, Georgia, etc., combined with the Warsaw Pact. When Russia's strategic center was defined, it was during the Cold War when you had the Warsaw Pact. So NATO was way the hell out there. Poland was part of the Warsaw Pact. East Germany was. We're talking about NATO, being on the River Elbe, and even further. And suddenly, NATO has progressed eastward. People say, well, why does Russia object to NATO? Because every expansion of NATO brought NATO capabilities that much closer to Russia's strategic depth. And Ukraine is literally, if you carve that out, you are just thrusting NATO straight into the stomach of Russia. Russia can't accept this. Can't accept this at all, especially given the hostile nature that, the attitude, the posturing of NATO toward Russia. It just isn't going to happen. It's not going to be allowed to happen. And yet, this is the policy that Trump was trying to implement during his first term. Trump knows damn well what's at stake here. He's just playing stupid games. The Russians, I think, had hoped that Trump would actually back away from the failed policies of the past and recognize that, you can't have Ukraine and NATO. And indeed, early on, you heard Trump administration people talk about that. But then they keep talking as if Zelensky is going to be the president, or a Zelensky-like figure is going to be the president, that Ukraine is going to be this entity that still maintains its Banderist connectivity and has this military linkage. I mean, if you're not talking about the absolute demilitarization of Ukraine, what you create is a NATO nation in everything but the legal, stamp of approval. It's a huge NATO army equipped with NATO weaponry, capable of striking Russia's strategic depth. That's what Trump wants. That's what he wants. He knows what he wants because he helped design it in his first term. He was briefed by the CIA. This is why they built 20 bases in Ukraine. He was briefed by the Pentagon. This is why they trained the Ukrainian army. Trump knows what's at stake here. That's the hypocrisy of it all. The Russians had hoped that he wouldn't. But what Trump does every day is exposes the fact that he's a lying sack of cow manure who cannot be trusted at all by anybody, especially the Russians. I mean, and this pains me to say because we really do need to have better relations with this Russian government. This Russian government is ready and willing to sit down and, talk about a new way forward with the United States, normalization of relations. But in order to do that, we have to stop this notion that we can strategically defeat Russia or position ourselves to strategically defeat Russia. Russia will have nothing to do with it. We wouldn't allow it. We wouldn't allow it. Would we allow, China to come into Mexico and carve away Texas? Right there, with all the Chinese weapons ready to strike into the American strategic depth? Hell no, we wouldn't allow that. Why in God's name do we think Russia is going to allow NATO to make a move on Ukraine? It's just stupid.
Can the United States be great not having Russia and China as the enemy of the United States?
Can we? Sure. I mean, fact is, it's the only way the United States will be great. The United States will not be great by its military. Its military is destroying it. I mean, this military is supposed to protect the United States. It's destroying the United States. It's putting us into a state of bankruptcy. It alienates us with the world. It causes us to behave in ways that aren't conducive to a new multipolar reality. And it puts us on the track towards wars we can't afford to fight. And literally, all this technological supremacy we brag about, it costs money. And as we just proved with the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, we can't afford it. I mean, we ate up 25% of our THAAD missile stocks. Those are the missiles supposed to shoot down all the Russian missiles, the Chinese missiles, if we ever go to war against Russia and China. We just use 25% of them to help defend Israel against not even Iran's, B team in terms of ballistic missile capability. Our SM-3 stocks, we haven't been producing SM-3s because we haven't been in a war like this, but they're very expensive missiles, and we just blew through them. We can't build them very fast. The fact is, any Pentagon planner, any Pentagon logistician will sit there and should be advising people, we can't sustain a high-intensity conflict against a peer-level force like Russia and China for more than a week. And then we run out of everything. And that's the reality of it. We've built this hugely expensive military that, we have enough money to gold plate it. But when the veneers cut through, we're down to cardboard, baby, because that's all that's left. This is not the path to greatness. The path to greatness is normalization of relations, normal economic, not this garbage that Trump just pulled off with the EU, the biggest scam ever. I mean, just think about it. There's nothing about the deal real. Ursula von der Leyen cannot commit Europe to $600 billion in investment in America. So it's a lie. There's nobody there lining up. There's nobody there lining up to give America $600 billion. So it's a lie, straight up lie. Isn't going to happen. The $760 billion in energy, I mean, we don't have that much energy to sell Europe, even if we wanted to. It's not how the system works. And even if we did, Europe's paying 3 to 4 times as much for this. In order to commit to $760 billion from the United States, they have to cut off, for instance, the gas they buy from Norway. It's not just about delinking itself from Russia. I think $23 billion worth of petroleum products were sold last year. But it means Norway, that in order to commit to this, you have to stop buying cheap Norwegian gas, and you have to buy this hugely expensive American gas. I mean, it might not cost America much to produce it, but by the time we, liquefy it, put it on ships, bring it over, deliquefy, get it into the system and all that stuff, 3 to 4 times as much as the Norwegian stuff. The Norwegian stuff's more expensive than the Russian stuff. And this is what Europe has signed up to. It's not going to happen, by the way. We don't have $760 billion worth of liquid natural gas products to sell to Europe. And they couldn't buy it even if we did. It's a scam, a setup, fake, fraud, a con. But this is America. We can't be great doing this. I mean, my God, I'm not sympathetic. The Europeans, they built their own ship. They shot the holes in the hull and it's sinking. That's on them. But I hate to see people debase themselves like this. I mean, as much as I despise Ursula von der Leyen, to watch her I think we're back. to watch her debase herself, her debase herself in this fashion is nobody wants to see that. What we'd like to see is normal relations. And in fact, if we want to have normal, healthy relations with Europe, we can't be engaged in this sort of thing. Europe needs to have trust in us. How is this a trustworthy partner? We're a colonial power overlording over Europe. It's just it's sickening. Every aspect of how Donald Trump relates with our erstwhile friends and allies is sickening. It sickens me.
We know that during the Biden administration, Starmer was asking the Biden administration, if you remember that meeting between the Biden administration and Starmer, they were asking some sort of permission from the US government to attack Russia, to hit deeper into the Russian soil. It seems that even not having that sort of connection between the Trump administration and Europeans, they're getting that from the Trump administration. When you look at the attack on nuclear bombers in Russia, it's not something small to be ignored. It's something big. Russia is not just panicking. The way that Russia is behaving doesn't diminish the importance of what has happened. Do you feel that we have some sort of sanity in the Pentagon? Because I see this problem coming from Pentagon and the sort of reports that they're giving, the sort of information they're giving Donald Trump. Because we had Pentagon going against Biden, going and deciding not to escalate against Russia. But you don't see that role coming from Pete Hegseth and anybody from Pentagon. At least we can say that nothing is coming out but some sort of propaganda about drones making new weapons. And you don't see any sort of strategic thinking or Pete Hegseth putting out something more sane when it comes to the war in Ukraine.
Well, actually, Hegseth did. I mean, in the aftermath of the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, Hegseth took a look at the expenditure of munitions and the drawdown that's already taken place in American stockpiles, and he said, "We're not sending anything else to Ukraine." He was overridden. The man who seems to be in charge now is Mike Ratcliffe, the director of the CIA. I mean, there was a meeting where Donald Trump, turned to Ratcliffe, bypassing Hegseth and saying, "Hey, what, are we going to be able to get those weapons there?" And all. I mean, it's all a lie. Again, everything about Trump is a lie. 17, Patriot batteries, the full complement. They don't exist. But the point is, Ratcliffe took the lead on this, not Hegseth. I believe the Pentagon continues to be staffed with professionals who, their job is to, lay out the reality of war. The attack on the Russian strategic bombers was a British affair run by British intelligence, maybe backed by the CIA. The CIA is a rogue entity right now, absolutely rogue, out of control. And I think what Trump is doing right now is turning to the irony here, turning to Ratcliffe into the Russian Mission Center and saying, turn up the screws. He tends to forget it was the Russian Mission Center that helped create the BS narrative that was used to against him, or at least aspects of it. I know there were some people who questioned some of the intelligence, but the point is, I mean, Trump is just confused. He's just a confused man right now. These drone attacks that are taking place in Russia right now, they're all planned by the British, 100% planned by the British. The Germans are facilitating with some technologies, et cetera, but this is a British operation, and you have Trump meeting with the Brits, being briefed by the Brits. He understands what's going on. He may now decide to allow Ukraine to use the ATACMS to a greater range. I think people should be reminded. Again, I can't speak for the Russian government, nor would I ever be advising the Russian government on what to do. But one, has to keep in mind that when Meshnik was fired back in November, it was a weapon system under development, meaning that the system that was fired was not a production missile. It was a missile that had already undergone certain testing. It was ready for operational testing. But it was a missile that had, the booster taken from this missile, the second stage taken from this missile, the post-boost vehicle modified from this missile, and then handmade dispensing, mechanisms and purpose-built, submunitions. It was all sort of a pre-production missile put together. They fired it and it worked. And at that point in time, Putin signed off on it and said, turn it into, full-scale production. Now Putin has announced that the Oreshnik is in serial production. That means that all those components that were used in the Oreshnik, instead of, being pulled one of and modified, they now have a production line. So it's not just the Vodkin's machine building plant that's assembling this. It's, a propulsion center outside of Moscow. It's a, guidance center outside of Perm. It's warhead center outside of Chelyabinsk. They all have now production lines dedicated to this. The entire system has come together, and now it flows into Vodkinsk, gets turned into a serially produced missile, which then gets turned over to the Russian military. And the reason why I bring all this up is that if the Russians decide to unleash the Oreshnik, it's not going to be one missile. I mean, the Ukrainians are playing with fire here. And I think Putin has come out and said just the other day that if Europe or Germany participates directly or indirectly in an attack against Russia, Ukraine will be the target of Russian retaliation. So I think you will see the Oreshnik brought in, not in a single fire, but we're talking about a sustained barrage of Oreshniks that will just level Ukraine. That's the direction we're heading here. Up until now, Russia's probably held back on that in hopes that Donald Trump would do the right thing. But if Trump is stupid enough to allow ATACMS to be used, this goes back to the situation that exists in the fall of 2024 when the Biden administration signed off on this very insanity. People should remember what the reality was at that time. In November, I think it was Rear Admiral Radcliffe. No, Radcliffe is the CIA director. I can't remember his name. Butler, something like that. He's the plans guy for Buchanan, Rear Admiral Buchanan, director of plans for Strategic Command. That's our nuclear armed forces. And he gave a briefing to CSIS in Washington, D.C., where he answered some questions. And basically, he said that the United States is prepared to engage in a nuclear exchange with Russia. That means a limited nuclear war with Russia. And he said, we're prepared to win. He said something else that maybe the government should be more honest with the American people about what winning means. Because he said, if we have a nuclear exchange with Russia and we win, life will never be the same for Americans ever again. Meaning the thing we call life that we all love, it'll be totally different because we'll be living in a nuclear wasteland, no electricity, no food supplies, martial law, no freedom, no nothing. That's the future for fighting a nuclear exchange with Russia. Now, people say, well, that's just planning. I mean, he's just planning. Well, except that it's not just that, because the Russians had said that if the Biden administration allows these long-range ATACMS strikes, that their nuclear doctrine will be brought into play. And they published a new nuclear doctrine, I think, in late November, early December. There was a briefing held at Congress. The CIA went around and briefed. And I ended up talking to a very senior Democrat who was present at this briefing. And I said, I know you can't give away national secrets, and I wouldn't ask you to, but the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, they all say that the CIA assessed that Russia was bluffing. I said, is that what the CIA said? Did they believe that Russia was bluffing about the nukes? And this very senior Democrat said, no. The CIA said the exact opposite, just not bluffing. That if these ATACMS are used, Russia, if the wrong targets are hit, Russia will use nuclear weapons against NATO. He said, that's not the scary part. The scary part was the Biden administration, senior Biden administration people in the briefing saying, we're ready for this. So Buchanan's briefing wasn't just theoretical. Buchanan's briefing was, we're ready to go to war. And there are people saying there was a better than 50% chance we were going to have a nuclear war at the end of last year. Better than 50% chance. The only thing that saved it was Donald Trump coming out. He gave a Time magazine interview where he said, if I'm president, I won't continue this ATACMS thing. And that allowed the Russians to say, okay, we don't need to go into nuclear war right now. We'll wait for the new president to come in and he'll end this stupidity. We just have to ride this thing out. Russia's been riding out stupidity like the Ukrainian drone attack against their strategic bombers. That should have brought about an immediate nuclear response by doctrine. They attacked Russia's nuclear bombers. So it should have been the end of a lot, but the Russians are behaving responsibly. They're behaving responsibly because they're still holding out hope that Donald Trump will do the right thing and stop this insanity. But now Trump says he doesn't want to talk to Putin. So my guess is that Trump is going to do the dumbest thing possible and authorize the Ukrainians to use long-range strike missiles. And they're going to do that, and then Russia's going to flatten Ukraine using Oreshniks. And then Donald Trump's going to make a panicked phone call to Vladimir Putin to try and stop World War III. We were close to 50%, over 50%. There's a greater than 50% chance of a nuclear war last fall. Straight up. It's not exaggeration. If Donald Trump allows long-range strike, we're back to that level of stupidity. Better than 50% chance of nuclear war. Do we really want to roll the dice? I mean, this is why you have to question who's advising the president. Because I think Trump continues to believe that the Russians are bluffing because the Russians have absorbed these attacks and just continue, pressing home on a winning formula. But Russia can only take so much. And at some point in time, when you cross a certain line, I mean, already you have these British directed drones, taking out critical infrastructure. Fortunately, it's a harassment, but it's not actually harming Russia in terms of their strategic economic capabilities. But if the ATACMS starts coming in, striking command and control centers, logistics centers, and things of that nature, the gloves come off. And I think you're going to see destruction in Ukraine like you've never seen before. And then the next thing the Russians will say is the next strike is nuclear, and it won't be limited to Ukraine. And that's when Trump will make the phone call. So he can sit here and sit there and say, I'm really not feeling like a phone call right now. Too bad, Donnie baby. It ain't gonna be Russia calling you, by the way. It isn't gonna be Vladimir Putin saying, please talk to me, please. It's gonna be Donald Trump sending a panic message. I need to talk to Putin now. We need to end this war now. And Putin's gonna say, we end it the way we always said we're gonna end it. And this time I think Donald Trump says yes, and we move forward. But it takes us to go right up to the edge of the nuclear abyss to achieve this common sense, solution. To work it in today, right now, without playing nuclear, roulette.
It seems, Scott, that the Europeans, the way that they're playing with Donald Trump, it seems they say, let Donald Trump feel that he's in charge, he's running the show, but we know what we're doing with the case of Ukraine. And Donald, somehow, you see Starmer? Did you see how Starmer was behaving? Look at, you mentioned Ursula von der Leyen, you talk about the NATO Secretary General. These people are, when they sit next to Donald Trump, it seems that a little kid is beside Donald Trump, and it's unbelievable. But it seems that this is a game on their part. They know what they're doing with Donald Trump, in my opinion. And
No,
Donald
they
Trump
don't know what they're
somehow
doing.
doesn't know what's going on.
They don't know what they're doing with Donald Trump. They don't know what they're doing, period. You think Starmer's in charge? What's he in charge of? He's a failed leader. He's under tremendous political pressure at home. He has no respect. His party despises him. His nation despises him. Macron is a joke, a walking joke, under threat. His parliament may collapse this summer at any moment. I mean, they're bankrupt. They're doing stupid things, unsustainable. Even the German, look at Merz, the moron of morons. I'm sorry, my wife is listening to this and she's going to shoot me. She keeps telling me I have to behave more like Doug McGregor and like Colonel Wilkerson, esteemed statesman and all this. I ain't one of them. I wish I was. They were both colonels. I was just a stupid captain / major, and I went around and pissed everybody off. And that's what I'm going to continue to do, because you have to call it the way you see it. There's no room for diplomacy here. Merz is one of the worst, not only worst human beings in the world. He's up there with Netanyahu, and Trump is just really dastardly, but he's stupid. He had to sit there and give a speech yesterday. Did you see his speech? Where he had to admit, I'm destroying the German economy. Straight up, we're ruining it. Yep, this is bad. It's going to be bad. It's all over. At the same time, he's trying to convince the Germans to become the Fourth Reich. He's not long for this world, too. And that normally that kind of behavior would get an immediate vote of no confidence. So you're telling me the Europeans know what they're doing? They don't know what they're doing domestically, let alone how to handle this out of control, narcissistic maniac Donald Trump. Starmer pooped his pants going to meet Trump. You know what Starmer would have done? I'll tell you what Keir Ritter would have done. Hey, Donnie, I'm on my way. Let's call up the Scottish police. We got any outstanding complaints on that property there? Yeah, noise complaints, any paperwork not done? I want you to go in and we're going to seize the palace while Trump's in it. Yeah. And then I'm going to go stay in a hotel. And as you evict the president from a place, because it's Scottish, it ain't American soil. It's Scottish. That means it's mine. Evict that son of a bitch from that frickin' place, kick him out, close down the golf course, blow it up, do whatever you want. Get his ass out of there in the street. And then I'll make him crawl to my hotel and make him come to me as I sit on a chair that's 3 inches taller than him. Yeah, Mr. President, you want to play stupid games? I can play stupid games. That's what a sovereign leader does. If somebody comes into my country and acts like he's a frickin' king, you put his ass down. You take him down. That's what you do. Air Force One ain't taking off. Sorry, we closed the runway. Didn't know we had an explosive demolition at the end of it. It's not, no, you're not going anywhere, Mr. President. That's how you treat a narcissistic egomaniac. But instead, he played his game. He let Donald Trump, have this big estate, and then Keir Starmer comes in crawling like he's visiting the king. Trump ain't a king. He's an American president. That's a powerful position. But at the end of the day, there's no royalty here. It's Europe is failing. But we saw this. We saw this. It's not just Donald Trump. It's how Europe has failed in front of America. You remember Olaf Scholz sitting in the White House as Biden said, "I'm going to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline." At that point in time, Scholz just knocks the microphone off and says, "Over my dead body, Mr. President, you 60,000 American troops in Germany. You attack Nord Stream, we arrest them all. You want to go to war against us? Go to war. Mobilize your pathetic country. I'll declare fire protection under NATO, and you have to go to war against NATO." That's what you do against a bully, but Europe just sits there and takes it. And there's no reason for them to take it. I keep hearing, America doesn't control anything. Nothing. Our economy is in tatters. Look how China broke us. You just saw today, the White House. China and the United States have agreed to extend the tariff thing. China's like, screw you. We don't care. You want to play games? Extend it all you want. We don't care. We're not playing your game. We already did, and we won. Remember, we pulled the rare minerals, all those little, permanent magnets that you need to make everything work. We control, we own, we got it all, baby. And we told you not getting any of it, and you crawled back to us, and we're there. And you want to put sanctions on us now, threatening Russia? We're going to buy a whole bunch of Russian oil. If I were the Chinese, just tell me, we're buying all the Russian oil in the world. And the moment you put Lindsey Graham's insane sanctions on, we cut you off from, and you're never getting them back this time. You're never getting them back. It's a permanent plug, permanent pull. This is the way you treat the American bully. And Trump folds every single time. Every single time he folds. Why Europe continues to fold, I don't get it. Starmer, he would be the most popular prime minister in England if he sent a police raid on Trump's property in Scotland and took it over and just said, we got to go through the paperwork. We don't think you've done it right, Mr. President. Do that. We deserve it. We deserve it. America deserves it at this point in time. I hate to say that, but we do. Our arrogance is just, it's discrediting to us as a people, as a collective. And we have this buffoon out there acting as if he's some sort of royal king. I'm all about America first. I'm an American. I want good things for America. But my God, what happened to fair play? What happened to decency? What happened to honor? What happened to integrity? What happened to the rule of law? What happened to the things we're supposed to stand for as a nation? This man represents everything that's the exact opposite of that.
Scott, you mentioned Europeans, but in the United States, you see people like Lindsey Graham. It's somehow, do they really believe that what they're doing is going to make America great? It's going to make America better? It's going to let America to be improved in terms of foreign policy, in terms of internal policy and external policy? So what is the agenda? It's all about their personal life, there's the way that they see themselves, or there is some sort of a strategy for the United States? Because after all, when you seek wars in the Middle East, when you seek wars against China, Russia, how can you imagine that the United States would be great to go to war against these countries? How can someone imagine that? And at the end, believes that he wants to make America great or greater.
Unfortunately, American politics has broken the United States of America. I mean, the politics of getting elected and staying elected has corrupted everything. There was a time when a senator, there's a reason why our founding fathers made the Senate term 6 years. They were supposed to be elected, not have to worry about continuous cycles of re-election. They could have time to think free of the political pressure. The old wise men, now old wise women, and all this stuff. But that's not how this works, because even as a senator, you have to play the party game. You have to be raising money for the party. You have to be pimping for the party, your party. That means that never once do you ever get to do what's right for America. And I will tell you right now, there's not a senator out there that does what's right for America. Every senator does what's either right for their.
Yeah.
We back?
You
Okay.
said, yeah. You said every senator does what is in the benefit of
them, of getting them elected. Yeah. They don't do anything for America. There's not a senator today that does what's good for America. Not a single one. And there's not a representative today whose sole posture is, I'm doing what's good for America. The representatives, they only do that which will get them reelected. There's a handful of exceptions who have such a very strong base of support that they can do things. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, these are exceptions, but the vast majority of them are so insecure as to their position. And they keep looking at the upcoming midterm election. My God, how do I stay in power? What do I need to do to raise the money to stay in power? They don't read the bills. They don't do it. They do what the system tells them to do. If you're a Republican, you do what the Republican whip tells you to do. If you're a Democrat, you do what the Democratic whip, because that's where your money comes from to stay elected. Money has destroyed the American democracy, destroyed it, absolutely. And what happens is you get these long-term, legacy senators like Graham, who, because they own the money machine in the state that they represent, in this case, South Carolina, and because they have become so intertwined into the moneyed aspects of their national party apparatus, they're virtually untouchable, because they will always get the backing of the party. They will always get the money of the party, and there's nobody who can rise up to challenge them unless they make a huge mistake. And this is what Graham's doing, but he's wrapped himself in the flag as if he's some sort of hyper-patriotic American. He's not. Lindsey Graham has sold his soul to the military-industrial complex. This is about Lindsey Graham doing that which enriches his corporate sponsors, Lockheed, Raytheon, things of this nature, Israel. He's a big, pro-Israel. That's it. If you parse out Lindsey Graham's policies, they are horrible for America. And they're not grounded in reality at all. They make the world a much more dangerous place. They put the lives of the American service members who honor us with their service at risk at a higher degree. They inch us towards a nuclear war. All of this disguised as patriotism and making America great. It makes America weaker, because here's the other reality, is that nothing Graham is proposing is going to succeed. It's going to fail dramatically. I think even Trump recognizes that if he goes out and he tries to do all these sanctions that are being threatened, it will fail dramatically. And then he'll be the one who, has mud on his face. But no, these people don't think they're helping America. Lindsey Graham knows who he's helping. He's helping Lindsey Graham. He's helping his cabal of, American politicians who have sold their soul to the military-industrial complex. That's what he's doing. This isn't about helping America or making America great again. This is about weakening America for the benefit of Lindsey Graham.
Do they still believe if they make a deal with Russia, that would be a bad sign for China? That's why, can you say it is the main reason that Donald Trump was somehow convinced to continue to support in Ukraine?
Yeah, I think that's one of the simplistic, world visions that exists in Washington, D.C. today, is that the United States can somehow repeat what Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger did with China and the Soviet Union back in the 70s, to drive a wedge between the two. Look, if you get into purely academic exercise, there's no doubt that there's a tremendous amount of fear inside Russia about China. I mean, you go out to the Russian Far East, and it's one of the most thinly populated regions in the world, right across the border. billion Chinese. And they're very concerned about getting swamped by the Chinese. So there's always some sort of hesitation there. But post 2022 changed this. I mean, I traveled to Novosibirsk in 2023 and saw the economic miracle that is Novosibirsk, and saw the extent to which Chinese investment played a role in this economic miracle. I think the Russians and the Chinese now have worked their way through systemic racism. I mean, the Russians were racist against China, and I don't mean in terms of black and white here in America, but there was a prejudice against the Chinese. Not anymore. China has stepped up to the plate. China has been there for Russia. The Russian economy today is succeeding because of China. You could see it. Again, this is anecdotal, and you know, I don't know if you could, testify for Congress that this is the game-winning argument. But again, when I was there I remember in January of last year, 2024, the taxi drivers who used to, when you ordered a taxi in Russia, they're sort of high-end snobs, and they'll bring in their Mercedes and their BMWs, and they all got advanced Mercedes and BMWs. But now the taxis were showing up were these advanced Chinese models. And I would ask the guys, I said, why'd you go Chinese? He said, well, hard to get spare parts for the Mercedes and BMW under sanctions. And he said, but these are really cool cars. They're really good cars. I mean, they're really good cars. And they had features, for instance, in the windows, there's a screen, and as you drive by the the advertising or the like billboards and all that stuff, you get a translator and they translate them into English. So you're driving there and you're like, oh, so that's what that billboard says. Oh, so that's what that sign says. Oh, I'm like, my God. I mean, and this is in Moscow that this is happening, but it's not, it's everywhere. These cars are everywhere. You go to Ekaterinburg, they're there. You go to Irkutsk, they're there. I mean, Moscow, they're there in larger numbers. It's a bigger city, but the Chinese have penetrated the Russian market with high quality goods. And they've also enabled the Russians to build their own industrial depth, their own economic depth, whereas they used to be beholden to Western investments, Western companies. Thanks to sanctions and the divorce that took place, Russia has built up its own companies to fill the vacuum. And Putin and everybody else has said, even if we normalize relations with the United States, all the companies that think they're coming back aren't coming back because you left. And when you left, that Russian company formed up, and now they're doing pretty good business because you left, and you're not coming back. I shouldn't talk good about the Russian economy. The FBI gets mad at me. But
they have changed. The Chinese, they have changed the market in Russia. I think I can understand that because it's happening as I talk to you. It's happening here in Brazil, Scott.
Yeah. Well, China. I mean, let's just talk about Brazil for a second, because I use this as, and you can correct me if you think I've got this wrong. But the one of the things the United States want to do is, and the pressure they put on Brazil is, we control the Suez, or not the Suez Canal, I'm sorry, the Panama Canal, and all that container traffic through there. We're going to choke off the Brazilians. Well, China went and built one of the biggest damn ports in Peru, and then they connected that big damn port with a rail line to Brazil. And so the Chinese now bring in the biggest container ships in the world, purpose built for this port. They come into this port, which rapidly offloads the containers, loads them on trains, which then go into Brazil, and it's quicker than going through the Panama Canal, cheaper, more efficient. And what it means is that China now is dominating the Brazilian economy, and there's nothing American can do to stop it. Nothing. Am I wrong? Did I get it wrong?
No, you're totally right. it's Scott, the way that China is investing in Brazil, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
And it's
In the
good for
next,
Brazil. I think it's good for Brazil because the Chinese, they're not perfect. Nobody, no, let's not pretend that anybody in this world is perfect. They're businessmen. They want to make a profit, et cetera. But my understanding is that their business deals are pure business deals. They don't come with moralistic strings attached. You have to sign on to this abortion policy. You have to do this. It's just straight up business, and that doesn't mean they can't negotiate an unfair deal. They do. They do. They drive hard bargains, and that has to be watched out in any business. But there's no strings attached when it comes to, well, you have to put a military base here. You have to do this. The CIA is going to come and ask you for favors here. That's how we work. We can't do a clean business deal with anybody. I mean, Brazil, every time we want to do a business with Brazil, there are strings attached to that deal. And the Chinese are just like, now the Chinese are smart because they understand that if you become heavily involved in the trade of Brazil, certain things happen automatically. You don't have to ask for them to happen. They just happen because it's the smart thing to do. And China will become more heavily involved in it. But the amount of infrastructure development that China can bring to bear. And when you talk about green economy, I mean, in the West, that's become sort of a dirty word because of the way the Greens have ruined Europe, and in the United States, underfunded. It gets a bad rap. China's one of the greenest places in the world right now. I mean, they are rapidly transitioning on a scale. And if you could take that and bring it to Brazil, I mean, maybe the savior of the Brazilian rainforest will be the Chinese. I mean, maybe it ain't going to be America. It's not going to be Europe. The Chinese seem to have a solution. And I wish it was the United States taking that lead. I'm an American. I'm proud of being an American. I wish we were the ones doing it. But right now, I don't think we can compete with the Chinese in Brazil. I think the Chinese have us beaten hands down. And we're just screwing it up too by threatening Brazil with secondary sanctions. Didn't Lula just say, if you don't want to trade with us, we won't trade with you. We don't care. And why? Because they got a Chinese trading partner right now that'll pick up all the slack and it's not theoretical. The biggest port in Peru is able to fill the Brazilian market with whatever the Brazilian hearts want.
Scott, do you feel that with what's going on in Ukraine, if you were to evaluate, if you were to assess or somehow predict what would happen, do you think that this war gonna continue to 2026, 2027, or you see something would happen at the end of this year and we would have some sort of, because I don't see Donald Trump. What is positive in my opinion about Donald Trump? He wants something. He wants solutions to as soon as possible. He doesn't want to play around, but it doesn't seem that was
it's not a solution just because as soon as possible. It's not to be a solution, you have to solve the problem. What he wants is to be seen as the problem solver. He wants a facade that allows him to posture himself as a big peacemaker so he can get the Nobel Peace Prize. Literally, it's as simple as that. Donald Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize. That's what this is all about. And he's frustrated because Vladimir Putin is denying him the peace prize that Donald Trump deserves. But again, I mean, my problem is I'm an American. And I know that
yeah, it seems you
as I say,
know
my
that.
problem is I'm an American. The FBI jumps in. But no, but for instance, in the Marine Corps, if I'm launching an attack and I take my objective and I punch through the lines, there will be a follow-through exploitation attack. I mean, we will seek to build on this success and push through, maintain the momentum, etc. But that's the old way. I mean, I didn't fight in drone warfare. I don't understand. I mean, I theoretically, conceptually understand what drone warfare is, but practically I've never experienced it. So I don't know how a swarm of drones can actually just stop your attack. So my brain continues to be programmed to be thinking of, if you take the objective, you mush through, you outflank, you roll up the flanks, you seek the big envelopment, the whole of this. That's not the way this war is being fought. So we have to take that into consideration. The Russians are fighting a war of attrition based on gradual gains on the battlefield designed to inflict as much harm on the Ukrainian military as possible while minimizing the harm done on the Russians. That means that this war could be a forever war. If the Ukrainians can sustain the attrition to the point that they don't break, then it just continues to grind. But then this war is also an economic war. We see that their economy is gone. They literally have no economy. It's totally subsidized by the West. And so now it becomes a political problem in the West. How, from the Russian perspective, how do we get the West to start squeezing Ukraine? And, let's dig into this Russian report released by the SVR, I think today. They say some interesting things in there. I personally view this as an information operation, meaning that no intelligence service freely publishes classified information for the good of the public. They don't. Tulsi Gabbard isn't releasing the information about, Russiagate because it's in the public interest. She's doing it for political purposes. She's serving her political boss. He wants it released because it's good for him. The SVR released this because there's a larger information operation being played here. They want to bring down Zelensky. That's their goal. That's their objective. But the Russians are also sophisticated players. Within the narrative that they've constructed in this report, it could be true, it could be fabricated, it'd be a combination of the two. I don't know. Zelensky, in signing the law to shut down these corruption investigatory bodies, this has resonated domestically and abroad. Domestically, we have the demonstrations. Abroad now, we have I think it's the European Union saying, if you don't reverse this, if you don't get the corruption investigations back up, we're going to sanction you, cut off financial support. That's what the Russians want the whole time. This was a very sophisticated information operation that came out. Again, it could all be true. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that no intelligence services publishes something in the public to inform the public. They do it to achieve results. This result is to lower confidence in Zelensky, create a divide between Zelensky and Yermak, to actually undermine the prospects of Zelensky by linking him to American intelligence, which means that Zelensky is not a servant of the people, but a servant of the American masters, therefore an extension of Zelensky. But it also is designed to bring about a loss of confidence on the West in Ukraine, to starve it economically. Because if you can start denying Ukraine the only thing that keeps their economy going, which is foreign aid, now you have economic collapse. So you have military collapse at the front, you have economic collapse, and then you're looking for political collapse. And that's the other thing that's happening right here with the demonstrations in the street. We're looking at the demise of Zelensky. He's on his way out. When all this is going to happen, I don't know. I can tell you it's happening. The Russians, they have to play a very sophisticated game here. A lot of us look at the battlefield and say, why aren't they doing more on the battlefield? Well, because the Russians have to be prepared for what happens if Trump does put sanctions on. If you do too much on the battlefield, you can not only solidify the resistance in Europe, but you can also alienate those who support you. I mean, some, like North Korea, I don't think will ever be alienated. The Chinese now are more and more on Russia's side, but there's a period of time there where the Chinese were sort of like, we really want to support you, but we're not fans of this war, And so if Russia overreacted, did too much on the military front, they alienate the Chinese. They need that foundation. So the Russians are managing all of this. And they also have to manage the political collapse of Ukraine. It has to be done in a manner which is conducive to full implementation of the Russian plan. If you create a vacuum too quick, Europe might panic and seek to fill that vacuum, and now you have a greater conflict. You need the collapse to be handled in a managed fashion, because I believe that the next president of Ukraine might be named Azarov, the former prime minister who is, heavily involved in the Union State right now. Why would a former prime minister of Ukraine be involved in the Union State? Because I believe the future goal, the Russia goal for Ukraine's future is to have Ukraine to be a member of the Union State. To make that happen, though, you need things to fall into place. That means that you have to manage the political collapse of Ukraine so that you can rapidly insert what you want. You can't have a vacuum appear out of nowhere before you're ready to move in. So the Russians are playing a very complicated game. They're not driven by the calendar. This game because Russia's looking at the long term. In the long term, they need Ukraine to be stable and part of the Union State. That's Russia's goal and objective. Even though they haven't stated it, I believe it is, because that gives Russia the maximum security, the maximum stability. And it keeps Europe forever out of Ukraine, which is very important. But this has to be managed very, very carefully. And so for that reason, I'm not going to give you when this is going to happen. The Russians have said this war will go on as long as it needs to go on. They are going to continue to do what they do at the front, but they also have to keep in mind, what happens if Trump signs the ATACMS bill and an ATACMS missile hits a nuclear command and control center. Russia can't be too extended on the battlefield or too extended here. Russia has to keep everything under control so that any option that materializes can be handled effectively. And so for that reason, look, Zelensky could collapse within 30 days. Zelensky could last another year. The Ukrainian economy may not survive this winter. It may. The Ukrainian military, we already see, look at Pokrovsk. The Ukrainians had a solid wall of troops there backed up by drones. The Russians blew the hell out of the drones. They annihilated the troops. And now Russian infiltrators are able to make through their way in the line into the city center and then dig in. And the Ukrainians don't have enough troops to kick them out. That's the reality. Now, to come in to reinforce Pokrovsk, they don't have a strategic reserve anymore. You can thank Kursk and the British genius of Kursk. They now have to pull these forces away from Zaporizhia or, maybe up by Izium, bring them down. But there's no one to replace those gaps. And so now the Russians, because they have manpower superiority everywhere, push forward there. Again, not the big arrows, just a village here, a village here. As Garland Nixon likes to say, every morning you wake up and there's just another story about a Russian soldier raising a Russian flag over a village or town in Ukraine that you can't pronounce. That's the reality. Every morning, Russian flags are going up all across. And that's the way this war is going to go until it's over.
I think with the concept that you mentioned about Russia and their sort of strategy in Ukraine, it doesn't seem from the signs that we've seen so far, it doesn't seem that the British intelligence would be happy to have Zelensky in the next 2 months. They want Zelensky to be removed, and they know who's going to be the next, and that doesn't fit to the strategy of the Russian government.
Well, but look at the Russian intelligence report today. That's why it was released. The Russians aren't stupid. They're actually very sophisticated. This report, I know I'm pissing off a lot of Russians because I'm supposed to be the faithful, loyal mouthpiece of Russia that says, this report is 100% accurate and it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I can't say that because I'm not the faithful, loyal mouthpiece of Russia. I'm just me. Normally, Russia, I'm 100%, I'm very much aligned with the Russian cause because it's the right cause. But I mean, I look at this report, there's no sourcing. There's no, we don't know where it came from. it seems accurate. I mean, well, how do we know? Well, because Yermak meets with the Swiss National Security Advisor on a frequent basis. Zelensky has a close personal relationship with the Swiss president. They have a history of meeting in Switzerland and around. They just had a meeting, I think, July 10th in Rome. So on the surface, you're like, well, that makes sense. They could get together. We know that they've met with their British advisors. Powell, I think, is the name of the British quote unquote diplomat. Jonathan Powell, Julie Steins, I don't know, the ambassador, Ukraine, charge the affairs, maybe they meet and talk. So when you look at all this, you're going, well, this all makes sense, except we don't have evidence that all these people traveled to Switzerland at this time. But the point is, this report is very sophisticated because this report undermines Zelensky's future as a president of Ukraine, because the Ukrainian people are being told by this report that Zelensky, who is a Western tool, is about to be replaced by Zelensky, who's a Western tool, and that the Ukrainian people don't matter, don't count. This is absolutely essential posturing for Russia, because what Russia needs is an actual election to take place in Ukraine, where Russia is able to insert its alternative to this Western control. The Ukrainian people need to lose trust and confidence in the West. The Ukrainian people need to be exhausted by being a proxy to the West. And that's what this report does. Zelensky has a snowball's chance in hell of being president of Ukraine. He will never be president of Ukraine. I mean, he will never be the elected president of Ukraine. And if he's appointed by the West, Russia will make the same claim against Zelensky as they made against Zelensky. He's not the legitimate president of Ukraine, and therefore we can't do business with him. As I said, I believe the next president of Ukraine after an election will be named Azarov. I could be wrong on that. It'll be somebody like him, somebody that the Russians agree with, somebody who the Ukrainians know and understand, but not Zelensky. That's the genius of. The British may be unhappy, but the British aren't winning here. This whole experiment, this whole enterprise, this adventure that they set off on is failing, and there's no way to recover. They're literally in a fighter plane, engines are burned out, and they're in a flat spin. Their only choices are bail out or pancake and die. That's it. They're not going to recover.
Scott, what's going on with the Zangezur corridor?
I don't know.
Do you think that the rumors, because we know that Armenia is part of Armenia, is the connection between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And it's at the border of Iran.
Unfortunately, I've got to pause for just a second because
Okay.
I got a knock at the door.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just.
The FBI. It wouldn't be the first time the FBI interfered with a podcast they were running, but no, it was just pest control knocking at the door. If I didn't answer the door, they just keep knocking, then my dogs would keep barking. So I apologize to your audience about that. But
Yeah,
Zang is
I-
our corridor.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Could you move the camera a little bit downward, Scott?
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah, it's better.
How's
Much
that? Better?
Yeah, better, much better. Go ahead.
Mike, so Whitcomb, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey, Donald Trump's real estate pal.
Yeah, it's Tom.
Tom
Barack.
Braddock. Or no, Barack. That's it. Yeah,
Barack.
Thomas
Yeah,
Barack.
Yeah. Thomas Barack.
He's become sort of how Steve Witkoff appeared out of nowhere to become a special envoy of everything. Well, Thomas Barack has become the special envoy of everything. He's not only just the ambassador to Turkey, he's a special envoy for Syria and Lebanon. And now apparently he's knee deep in Armenia. He has put forward, and normally I would have dismissed this, except he admits it. He said, no, the U.S. wants to lease, was it 42 kilometers of a highway or 30 miles, I don't know, of a highway connecting the Nakhchivan exclave, part of Azerbaijan, with Azerbaijan mainland, carving through the southern part of Armenia. This is popularly known as the Zangezur corridor. It's something that Armenia and Turkey have been insisting on as part of this peace process, or peace deal, because what it enables is Turkey now to go through Azerbaijan and have access to Central Asia. It's going to create this.
Yeah, it's 43 kilometers.
43 kilometers. Okay, well, that wasn't too bad. I said 42.
Yeah.
It was off by a click.
Yeah.
For a 64-year-old brain, that's not too bad. But but the other thing is they were seeking to do this by bullying Armenia, and the Armenians, of course, hesitated, and Iran stepped in. And Iran had said that they won't allow the Zangezur corridor to be formed in this way because that would create a separation between Iran and Armenia. Sort of a artificial border. It would cut Iran off from Armenia proper. And so that's where we were. But it now appears that the United States has made this offer, and that Armenia is the Armenian, is it president or prime minister?
Prime Minister. It's Prime Minister
Prime Minister, yeah.
Pashinyan, it's something.
Yeah, Pashinyan or whatever. I don't know how long he can stay prime minister because he's doing everything. I mean, there was a period of time where, Azerbaijan, you couldn't say Azerbaijan in Armenia without people spitting on the ground. This is the man who is responsible for losing Nagorno-Karabakh. He gave it up. And now he's conceded other territorial gains to the Azeris. And it appears it's done under some sort of, promise by the European Union, NATO, and by the United States that Armenia is going to become, the next greatest thing. This is the backup plan to Georgia. I mean, basically, the Republic of Georgia, a lot of pressure was put on the Republic of Georgia in the past several months, years, to open up a second front against Russia. The idea was to open it up again in Abkhazia and South Ossetia and force Russian forces to be diverted from the conflict in Ukraine. It would have resulted in the total destruction of Georgia. Nobody cares about this tiny little nation of 3 to 4 million people. I do. My wife's Georgian, and I love Georgia. It's a wonderful country, and I'm glad that the Georgian government, the Georgian Dream Party, rallied against this and didn't take the bait. And today they have, an economy that's not hampered by sanctions with Russia, an economy that's growing, 10, 12% a year. And hopefully Georgia is heading in the right direction. But that's not the end of the Southern Caucasus adventures on the part of the United States. Now Armenia is being turned into a second front, and they're, basically they're looking to get Russia, engaged in some sort of military adventure. With Azerbaijan. It's not just about creating this kind of tension, military tension. It's about destroying one of the great strategic, concepts of Russia, the North-South economic corridor. They connect St. Petersburg with Bandar Abbas and then on to India. This was supposed to run down through the Caucasus, through Azerbaijan, into Iran. Now, it's not dead yet. I mean, because it can still go down to Astrakhan, I guess, and jump on ships and go through the Caspian Sea and, land in Iran and move forward. But it was supposed to be a rail connectivity. If the Zangezur corridor goes through, becomes a point of contention and stress between Iran and Armenia, what will Russia do? It's just an absolute mess. Again, it's the West. I mean, I wish I could tell the army, maybe they're listening now, you're going to die. That's all that's going to happen is you're going to die. Nobody cares about you. I'm sorry to say it. You've got nothing. Literally, you've got nothing. You don't have oil. Your culture, I mean, you got a lot of Armenian Americans here that like you, but that's about it. Nobody cares. I mean, Kim Kardashian's butt is a national treasure, but that's about it. Nobody else cares. We don't care about you. We got people that will play stupid games with Turkey, to bring up, 1915 and then the Armenian genocide just to piss the Turks off. But it's not as easy as that is in Armenia, because you guys know what you did, don't you? You know what you did to those Muslims in that part of Turkey. You wanted the Russians to invade, and when they invaded, you turned on the Muslims and you killed over 1 million of them. And maybe that's why the Ottomans decided you had to get out of the border region, and they did that whole deportation thing. I mean, it was bloody, it was a mess. Millions died. I'm not condoning any of it, but you're not as innocent as you come out, and that's proven today. The stupidity of the Armenians is excessive. They're playing a game where they think they're going to get something. The best friend of the Armenian people is Russia. The best friend of the Armenian people is Russia. In fact, they're the only friends that Armenia has. Nobody else is their friend, because how can you like these people? They don't even like themselves. They just abandoned 200,000 people from Nagorno-Karabakh. Oh, yeah, centuries there. We fought a couple wars for you. Nope, you're abandoned, gone, finished, boom. Oh, the Zangezur corridor, Armenian territorial integrity, it means that, nope, gone. Why? A false hope that you're going to somehow allow Armenia to be turned into a second front against Russia. But you got nothing. You will collapse like a house of cards. It's just stupid. The Armenians are being stupid. The Azeris are being stupid too, because the Azeris have to understand that while they have energy and all that stuff, Russia can take out their pipelines in a second. I mean, it's simple. Azerbaijan's not a superpower. And, everybody talks about, Azerbaijan able to threaten the Azeri population of northern Iran. That sword cuts two ways. Just want to remind people of that. That sword cuts two ways. And you want to play the ultimate game of national survival, Baku could become an Iranian city if you're not careful. So this is the stupidity that's taking place here, because the West is raising the stakes in this conflict with Russia to existential proportions, together with Iran. I wouldn't have talked about Iran making a move in Azerbaijan prior to the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities. But now we're literally in a situation where the rest is threatening with Iran with, its survival as a modern nation state. And when done in that light, you can't predict the future. And that's the danger here. The Zangezur corridor isn't going to be what people think it's going to be. It's not going to turn into this thing that makes Turkey the new Ottoman Empire. It's actually 43 kilometers of vulnerability. It's not very wide. American, leasing doesn't provide any guarantees of security. It can be cut in a heartbeat. And unless it's premised upon sound diplomacy that seeks, peaceful coexistence in terms that are acceptable by everybody, it has no chance of survival. And it will its creation will only lead to conflict that could lead to the destruction of Armenia and the destruction of Azerbaijan. It won't lead to the destruction of Iran or the destruction of Russia. That's a guarantee.
Today I talked with Professor Marandi. It seems that Iran and Russia are totally on the same page with the conflict. They know how to deal with that, but let's see what would happen. It's dangerous. It's so dangerous, especially about Armenia. Armenia is. Yeah.
And if Armenia thinks Turkey's their ally, think again. I don't know what the game the Armenians are playing here. It's just stupid. And it's tragic because, even though they're not Georgian, and even though the Georgians have a lot of reasons not to like the Armenians for the betrayal that took place in Abkhazia in 1992, 1993, there's the Christian faith. They're both ancient Christian religions, Armenian church, the Georgian church. They're fellow Christians. Their culture is similar. It's Southern Caucasus culture. They go back to ancient times. They were part of the same region. They're not bad people, and they deserve a better life. They deserve a peaceful life. They deserve a prosperous life, but they're being used by everybody for purpose. The only people that don't use the Armenians are the Russians. And I don't know why Armenia can't see that. they've been infected with the same disease that Georgia was infected with in the aftermath of the Soviet Union, where Georgia came in and everything about Russia became bad, and the West was just great. The EU was great. But now the Georgians have seen the reality of the EU, the reality of the West through the non-governmental organizations that are promoting this second war, the second front. And the Georgians now are waking up to the fact that while they're proud of being Georgian and the separate cultures and everything, there we go. The only friend they got is Russia. That's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that. The only friend the Georgians have is Russia, and the Armenians need to understand that too. The only friend, the true friend they have, is Russia. And I would say Iran to a similar extent, but historically Russia. And Azerbaijan's not their friend. They fought and lost a war. Turkey committed, genocide. There's no love lost there. Why are they picking Turkey and Azerbaijan to be their allies? And why are the Armenian people allowing this prime minister to go off the rails like this? I don't know. I don't understand it.
Scott, Armenian Iranians are one of the, I would say, one of the important ethnicities, or can I say minorities in Iran. They're not minorities. They're part of Iran. They're part of Iranian culture. They've been part of Iranian culture for more than 1,000 years, and they've been there in Iran. They're part of Iran. We don't call them Armenian. We call them Christian Armenian Iranian. But after all, there is a lot of connection between Iran and Armenia. I literally, we have a lot of prominent actors, singers. These are Iranians, but came from Armenia, but they feel Iranian. And there is a huge connection between Iran and Armenia. I don't know. I don't understand why the government is behaving this way. It doesn't make sense to anybody in Iran. I talked with Miranda, as I mentioned to you. They don't know what's going on in the mind of Pashinyan, the prime minister of Armenia. We know that from the outcome, from what we are witnessing, it's so dangerous in the eyes of Iranians, in the eyes of Russians. And they are somehow between Iran and Russia.
Russia and Iran aren't messing around. I mean, again, they've both crossed what I call that existential red line, meaning that the path they're on is a path that can only end with national survival. That if they deviate from the path, they stop proceeding down this path, they put themselves at existential risk. Russia must win in Ukraine, and Iran must win against Israel and the collective West. I mean, and Azerbaijan exposed itself as an enemy of Iran in this last conflict. So, when the stakes are that high, I don't know what game Armenia is playing right now, because they don't bring anything to their military sucks, their economy sucks, their nation has nothing, no heavy industry. Anyways, beating that dead horse.
Thank you so much, Scott, for being with us today.
Cool thing. Follow me.